Good evening, everyone. Good evening, honorable council members, administration, and everyone present here this afternoon, and those who are listening and watching from home. On behalf of the Paterson Municipal Council, I welcome you to the reorganization meeting of the Municipal Council. The meeting is now called to order. Roll call for Municipal Council reorg meeting of July 1, 2021 at 5:30 p.m. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Present.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Here.
Councilman Davila.
Present.
Councilman Jackson.
Here.
Councilman Kalik.
Present.
Councilman Mendez.
Good evening, Madam Clerk. Good evening, Paterson. Present, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims.
I'm here, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Rivera.
Present.
Councilman Velez.
Welcome, everyone. Present, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. This evening, the prayer will be rendered by Miss Phyllis Riley, who's an associate minister of Calvary Baptist Church, followed by the flag salute will be led by Mr. Jeremy Velez, who is an excellent student from the Paterson Charter School for Science and Technology. Everyone, at this time, please rise for the prayer. Thank you.
Let us pray. Father, I invoke your presence in this assembly, acknowledging you as the supreme ruling authority over this city and over this governmental body. I acknowledge that it is you who ordain government, and it is you who gives divine guidance to man to manage the day-to-day affairs of government. I stand before you as an intermediary to make way for repentance in the hearts of this governmental body for every decision made without your wise counsel. For it is written in your word that the ways of a man seems right in his own eyes, but it is you who sets the heart in order. I pray that everyone who makes up this governmental body will conform to your way, becoming pliable instruments in your hand so that your plans for this city will be established. I pray that you will pour out your spirit of wisdom and revelation on all who would diligently seek you, so that you would have preeminence in every decision concerning Paterson. For as the heavens are higher than the earth, so are your ways higher than man's ways, and your thoughts than the thoughts of men. I declare that the people of God are rising up and declaring what you decreed concerning Paterson, that no longer will she be termed forsaken, no longer will she be viewed as ruined, no longer will she be ravaged by garbage, crime, violence, and unscrupulous dealings. For there have been watchmen stationed on the walls of the city, never holding their peace day or night, giving God no rest until the city of Paterson becomes as he has ordained, the city of righteousness, owned and protected by God. For thus saith the Lord, I know the thoughts and the plans I have for Paterson, thoughts of and plans for welfare and peace, and not for evil, to give her hope and a future in her final outcome. I pray this reorganization meeting will not be regarded as common practice, but an opportunity to come into alignment with the will of God for this city. Last of all, I pray that there will be an orderly transition of power on today, for you are not a God of confusion, but of peace. And those who follow after peace will have peace. This I pray in the name that is above every name, that at the name of Jesus, every knee will bow and every tongue will confess that Jesus Christ is Lord, to the glory of God. Amen.
Amen. Amen. That was a powerful prayer.
To the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Everyone, please remain standing. Thank you. We now have a moment of silence for our troops and those who have lost loved ones. Amen. Thank you. Please be seated.
Madam Clerk, before you continue, I cannot let pass, that young kid that you saw doing the flag salute is my great son,
Councilman
Jeremy Velez. Thank you.
Before I continue, at this time, I would like to welcome the mayor who had just joined us, Mayor Shea.
Thank you, Mayor.
And thank you very much, Ms. Riley, who's one of my secretaries in the City Council's office, the wonderful prayer. And also, thanks to Councilman Velez's son, who was able to come in this afternoon and lead us in the flag salute. At this time, I will read the statement of compliance. Statement of compliance with the Open Public Meetings Law 2020 to 2021, meeting date July 1st, 2021, time 5:30 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting was compiled and disseminated in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Law in the following manner. 1. The annual notice of regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council was compiled for the year 2020 to 2021 on or about July 1, 2020. 2. A schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2020 to 2021 was duly transmitted on or about July 1, 2020 to the North Jersey Herald News, the Record, the Arabic Voice, the Italian Voice, Passaic County Pulse, Dominicana News, Greater International, El Especial, the Paterson Press, City Post News, and Tap into Paterson, in addition to any other publication duly requesting such notices. 3. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2020 to 2021 was prominently posted in the lobby of City Hall, first floor, in the place reserved for the announcements of this type. 4. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2020 to 2021 was duly filed with the municipal clerk. 5. A copy of the schedule of regular meetings of the Municipal Council was mailed to any person who requested and paid the fee authorized by the Open Public Records Act. At this time, I'll continue with the program.
Okay.
And I'm just, our agenda, I'm sorry, program. Honorable Council members, at this time, I'm just asking everyone to just be patient with me and give me some time when I have me finish reading my statement. At this time, I will open the floor for the nomination of President of the Municipal Council.
I nominate Marita Davila for president. Thank you.
That's Councilman Abdelaziz.
Councilwoman Cotton had a nomination in there too.
Okay, I heard Councilman Abdelaziz first, correct? And he nominated Councilwoman Davila,
Yes.
and then Councilwoman Cotton,
Yes.
you nominated.
Councilwoman Mims.
Did you just go to say nominee?
Okay, do I have a second for Councilwoman Davila?
Second.
Councilman Velez, a second for Councilman Mims?
Madam Clerk, before we go further, I would like to regretfully decline. I believe, according to Ecclesiastes 3:1, in time and season, and that every purpose is made forth unto heaven. So I regretfully decline the nomination. Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. I truly appreciate it. But it's all about timing. Timing means everything. Thank you so much.
You're quite welcome, Councilwoman.
Thank you.
It's about taking turns. So, Councilwoman, thank you for it's down. Thank you.
So at this time, I just have one nomination on the floor. There are no other nominations. May I have a motion to close the nomination?
Move it.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Abdelaziz. Roll call to close the nomination for Council President. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan.
Madam Clerk, before I render my vote, I want to say that when I became a member of the City Council, it was about being jointly together. It was about working together. And I know that's what I'm supposed to do here, and I know that all of you out there expect that from each and every one of us sitting up here, that we must do our best for the city of Paterson. And now I have found that the majority of the council members will want to have Marissa Davila, councilwoman at large, for the council president. And with that being said, I'm going to say yes to Councilwoman Davila. This is the will of the body, and I want you out there to see that Councilwoman Cotton is a lady.
Yes.
That's what I am.
Councilman, you said your vote is yes, correct? Councilman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Mims.
I believe we're just closing the nomination, so my vote is yes. I'll save my comments for the vote.
Councilman Rivera.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
The vote is 9 in favor, none against. The nomination is now closed for Council President. At this time, I'll do the roll call. I have a motion on the floor for Councilman Davila as the Council President, and I already have a second. Roll call to appoint Councilman Davila as Council President to the Municipal Council. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Congratulations, Councilwoman Davila. I've worked with you for the last 3 years I've been on this council. I look forward to continue that work, to deliver for the great residents of the city of Paterson, and especially the 6th Ward. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cotton.
I got to say that all over again, huh? What I said before, like I thought it was, but I just want to say that, and I said it already, working with each and every one of them here, and each and every one of them know that I do my best to work with each of them, to make sure that we do our committees like we're supposed to. We're supposed to just do everything what we were supposed to do our best to work with administration. And Councilwoman Davila, I've been sitting here with you for the last 6 years. You came in on 2014, I came in on 2012. We have always worked together. And I want to say that with my husband, he always said to me, whatever you do, Ruby, you do it well. You stand up, you'll be proud of what you do. Don't get up, don't be leaving the meetings, don't be going to the bathroom, don't be doing all that. Votes are important, and we must do our best to make sure we sit here and vote. And with that being said, Councilwoman Davila, you are going to be our next council president, and as I said before, it's about rotating, but the will of the body is they want you to be council president, and I'm here to say I'm going to work with you like I have done in the last 6 years.
7.
With that, 7, it's going into the 7th year. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davila.
I will be brief. I think I'll have a few words later on, but I will say this. In terms of rotating, there are 2 things that happen on this council, and it is the council who decides who they want them to lead for the next year. And so if it was about rotating, I would not be the individual that should be sitting as council president. But with that said, you know, it's important to be able to garner the support of each and every one of your colleagues, respect their positions, and, you know, I am looking forward to doing that. I think at the end of the day, as the president has to know what every council member's desires and what moves them. And with that said, Madam Clerk, I am looking forward to working this next coming year. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So initially, I wasn't going to respond with too much detail, but as I look in the audience to see a lot of friendly faces, people who I've grown up with, people who I have sweat with in our community, people that I've bled with, people that have lost loved ones, people that have shared, triumphs and or difficulties with. I feel it necessary to at least be as transparent and forthcoming as possible. Councilwoman Cotton is correct. It should be the practice that everyone has an opportunity to serve. And if we were going by that notion relative to the most tenured council person who has yet to serve as council president, I will be next in line. The fact of the matter is, based on the mayor's interjection within the process and his ability to sway certain members of the council, he has managed to coerce certain council members to refuse to support me. And with that being said, I think that we all can acknowledge, everyone in this room, everyone who's spent more than a year or so Atif, that might exclude you. No disrespect, brother. But anyone who has spent a great deal of time in this community, you can acknowledge that right now we are at the height of some of the worst times that we've ever seen in our community, relative to gun violence, relative to cleanliness in the community, relative to the discourse that exists within our municipal government. It is very disappointing. So just to be clear, and just to reinforce for all of those of you who supported me through the years, I've never taken the seat for a title. Most of you know I don't go by touting anyone a demand or necessity to call me councilman. I'm Mike, as I've always been, but my commitment remains diligent. I'm here for one reason. I'm not here to contest the mayor. I'm not here to be in opposition. I was in full support of every measure they brought forward when he first took office, because I believe that in order for me to see a successful government, I must take part in supporting that. And with that being said, I have not been happy with some of the things that have taken place. I think our community is being slighted. That's my opinion. So, because many people involved don't want to see such an opposition, and it's not an opposition, but this is a level of accountability. The council's here for a reason. It's not here to line up with one person's views. It's here to create balance. And if there is no balance, then there's discourse. So I ask you, if you don't think our community is experiencing discourse, then maybe there is balance, and maybe I'm the one that's out of skew. But if not, I think if we can agree that there's a period of time right now where it needs to be acknowledged and recognized, well, I will address later on, because I'm happy to see a lot of these faces here in support of a month-long action that took to fire an officer that truly stepped outside of bounds. But we won't address that right now. I'm sure we'll have a moment to address that in a minute, in more detail. But what I'm here to make sure is I'm here not to serve Mike Jackson's agenda or black and brown people's agenda or anyone's specific agenda. Was the betterment for the entire city of Paterson, but it's to make sure that those disenfranchised people are included in the process. And that's my objective. So with that being said, and acknowledging some of the things that Councilwoman Cotton said, yes, I'm in full support of Councilwoman Davila, because I think I had 4 votes and I was unable to secure a 5th, but I think that she would do a phenomenal job with at least obtaining and keeping some kind of balance and not just laying over for an agenda that may not necessarily be best for the entire community. So with that being said, Madam Clerk,
Yes, sir.
I appreciate all the work you do as always,
Thank
and
you.
my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Kalik?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilman Jackson, I thought we were just voting on the council presidency, but I guess I gotta make a little statement too. Council colleague, just remember, the people of Paterson should be our first priority before anyone else out there. With that being said, let's work together to move the city forward. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Kalik. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I think that, well, first of all, let me congratulate Councilwoman at-large Marissa Davila as our new president of this governing body. I'm looking forward to continue working with you. Let's unite this council. Let's bring respect to this governing body. Let's disagree with respect. That's very important. We represent the public. We represent the community. And I'm very excited to see this council chamber the way it is. I took a picture because this council chamber represents Paterson, the diversity that I see sitting there. And I'm just gonna say this, the power is in the people. Sometimes, some members of the community, they believe that the power is all on this side. Each and every one of you elect us to be sitting here, to be responsible for our decision, to make sure that we take the right decision on behalf of this community. And it's time for us to work together. And it's my hope to see all the community involved in what's going on with the city of Paterson. We all agree that violence is just out of control in the city of Paterson. The lack of service that we're getting in the city. This is something that affecting all of us as of one community. I'm looking forward to make the right decision. I would like to thank all those constituents that constantly holding me accountable for my position to do the job and to do what is right. There's a lot of important decisions that we have to make in this council. We're on the pipeline to receive $63.7 million. I would like to hear from the community how we're going to spend that money, how we're going to spend each and every dollar to improve this community. Those are the type of decisions that we're looking forward to make here, and I'm just looking forward to work with all my colleagues and hold the administration accountable for the job that they're supposed to provide and do for the community. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Mims?
So to our community that is present and our community that is watching, one of the things I've learned in life is this: women deserve opportunities. Not that men don't, but women are always placed to be at a place of inferiority. There's only 3 women on this council. I've known Councilwoman Davila not from city council. I've known her through the church. I know her family, her sisters, I knew her mom, was even at the funeral service for her. I've been on this council. We got elected together in 2018. And so with that being said, if we can celebrate people like Kamala Harris in the White House, Judge Sonia Sotomayor, and so many other women, we need to be able to take a stand, as Councilwoman already has said, and be a lady with class. I'm not someone that stands in the way of someone else and doing what they need to do. A month ago, I made it clear, Councilwoman Davila should be the choice. I said that a month ago, and I stood with that. Because at the end of the day, when one door closes, God has a bigger one waiting. And I believe that's what's in store. So Councilwoman Davila, I celebrate you on today. I know that you're gonna do exactly what is needed and this administration deserves. My vote is definitely yes. Thank you so much, Councilwoman Davila. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Rivera?
Keep it brief. Just want to congratulate you for becoming president for this upcoming year. We have a lot of work to do. We need to improve the line of communication with the administration. There's a lot of resources out there available that could benefit the entire community. Communication is key, and I just hope that this upcoming year, since we're now present on the council, that we're able to basically hold the decorum of this body, and let's just try our best to work together with the administration to make good things happen in the city. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
Let me behave because my son is here. I'm the last one to vote. I'm the last one to make statement, and I try to not copycat anyone's statement. I try to be original, true, and real. First of all, I received dozens of calls, not hundreds, a dozen calls, few calls from different level of government to try to persuade, to tell me how I'm going to vote or choose for council president. But I'm the individual that I listen to people, but when I see that those comments are not the comments of the community, and it's not the comment of moving the city forward, and it's just slandering people and just making personal agenda and et cetera, I just sit back and relax. Sit back and relax. I'm a grown-up man. I'm 54 years old. I make a lot of right decisions in my life. When Councilman Jackson stated that the mayor did what he did to try to take his agenda moving forward, I could agree with Councilman Jackson. Because first of all, he was supporting me for council president, and he decided not to support me anymore. So, you know, and I'm gonna say it like it is, you know, I gotta try to behave. You know, standing with my colleagues is not just July 1st. Standing with my colleagues is try to work with them all year round. Sometimes we have differences that sometimes it comes in public when it's supposed to be in closed doors. But we all have different passions. We all love our wards. The councilmen at large love the whole entire city. So we have different views and we have a different way to see things. But one thing we agreed in this side of the fence is that there's a community that thinks that Paterson has 9 mayors, not only one. There's a community out there that when they see potholes, they say what the council is doing. When the community see a shooting or crime or drugs, the first thing they say, what is the council is doing? They think they have 9 mayors. We are a legislative body that we are here to listen to your concern, to look what's going on, to inform and report, and make accountable a administration. In the past, I used to work with 2 administrations. Today, we're working with this mayor. And today, I am announcing that I'm going to work with 8 council members to move the community agenda forward. To move your guys' agenda. Today, we have a full house with a big concern. And starting today, we hope we get answer, not patches answer for this community. Saying that, Councilwoman Davila, I guess everybody followed my lead. Congratulations. I'm proud that you're going to be the council president. Spikes of some calls that I received, how you treat me in the past, but I don't go. I say I'm true and real, and I spoke to her. And before I say this statement, I say, you will see my statement. I don't go with the past. I'm going with the future, and the future is Paterson, and I believe you're going to do a great job making that this council, Paterson, feel proud of it. Saying that, my vote is yes, caso cerrado.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. The vote is 9 in favor, none against. The Honorable Maritza Davila is the new council president. Just, not yet, council members. The president had given permission to move on with this meeting for the entire night. I'm sorry. I shouldn't say
Madam
that.
Clerk,
Yes, sir.
just before we proceed, are we going to enforce the 2 minutes on our votes? Could we please? Thank you.
When I hand over the meeting to the president, I'm sure she will make that decision.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, thank you, Madam President. Congratulations. At this time, I'll now call for the office of Vice President.
I nominate Councilman Shaheen Khalid.
Second the motion.
Jackson, Councilman Kalik,
Second by me.
and there's a second by Councilman Mendez.
Velez
Mendez.
and Mendez.
Okay,
Move to close nominations?
Second.
Mendez and Mendez. Seeing there is no other nomination for Vice President, may I have a motion to close the nomination?
So move.
That was moved by Councilwoman Mendez.
And Velez. We got the same voice, and, you know, we dress
Councilman
almost like
Davila,
Correct.
I think I heard that, and second by
Councilman Velez Mendez.
Okay. Roll call to close the nomination for vice president. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan?
Yes.
Councilman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik? Yes. Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
The vote is 9 in favor, none against. The nomination is now closed for vice president. At this time, I have a motion on the floor, a nomination as vice president for Councilman Kalik. Roll call to close, I did close. Close call for the office of vice president for Councilman Shaheen Kalik. Councilman Abdelaziz.
So to the councilman of the second ward, a man of very, very few words. That's why I think we get along very, very well. I think you're going to do a great job in case the president is never here to lead this council. You always try to build consensus amongst us all. We have a shared border, and I look forward to working with you the rest of the year. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just would like to say about Councilman Kalik. I can always say that he's been here since 2016, and we have always gotten along. I can't say nothing bad about him because he would come to the meetings and he would sit and he would do what he need to do. It was never no back and forth or anything. And I just told him in the room just now. I said, I need you on the meeting on Tuesday. And he said, that's fine. So I know every time I called him, he's going to be there. Councilman Kalik is a team player. He really is. I got to say that about him. And you'll be a perfect vice president. And I know once our council president is not here, you'll be an excellent vice president, being council president. So Kalik, it's absolutely wonderful working with you. And I just want to say to all of you out there in the audience, he is excellent to work with. So I got to say that. And I look forward to continue working with you on whatever committees that we're able to share together. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davila.
In 2016, when Councilman Kalik and family approached myself and my team for support, I knew that he would be the right person for the second ward. I knew that because I also knew that the Bengali community needed to continue having representation on this council. This city is a melting pot, and I think that we all deserve, okay, to have someone represent us. Councilman Kalik is a person of his word, and this is why I will always continue to support. And believe it or not, we have had disagreements, but I don't think you've ever seen it here, because at the end of the day, if we want to work together, the conversations, even in the best families, right? You can argue, whatever the case may be, but when you're in the public, you have to show another face. Councilman Kalik only has one face, and I appreciate him very much, his family, and I am looking forward, to this next year. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilman, I just want to have one question. How are you the captain of the second ward and he's the mayor of the sixth ward? Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Kalik.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Wow,
You're welcome, sir.
God is good.
All the time.
Last year, I couldn't be here at the reorganization meeting because of the shenanigan. Not only me, some of the other council colleagues couldn't even be here because there are some shenanigans going on out there created by some of the people, some of the leaders of City of Paterson. What a year has changed. Thank you, my council colleague, for having confidence in me to be your vice president. I will, if I ever get to run the meeting, it will be short and sweet. You know it. You know it. I will have my Councilman Jackson in control. Okay? And my vote is yes. My vote is yes. Thank you.
Councilman Kalik, did you say yes?
Of course.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Oh, thank you so very much, Councilman Mendez.
When we get Councilman Shaheen Kalik as a president, those are going to be the shortest meeting ever. He doesn't talk much, but he works in silence. Councilman Shaheen Kalik, it's been a great pleasure to work with you. You're a very respectful person. And sometimes even with disagreement, you keep, your composure, and you definitely respect all the Cali position. But let me just say this. I think that before my vote, it's important to acknowledge God every step of the way in your life. God is great. God is big. And as my council colleagues mentioned before, a year from now, I was outside this chamber. It was a very difficult day, July 1st, 2020. I was outside because I was one of the council members that couldn't take the seat unfairly. But God is great, and my advice to every person that is watching this meeting is to just never give up. Believe in God and fight back. And now we are here, Councilman, in 2021. Congratulations to be the new council president, and we're going to continue working hard to move the city forward. My vote is yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Mims?
So it's funny, Council President Davila is sitting here, so he's the vice president. I do agree that the meetings will definitely not only be run well, but you'll make sure no one is talking over that 2 minutes. So I'm really grateful for this new leadership, that we'll be able to get out of here, spend time with our families, and make sure that everything that needs to be in order is in order. Councilman Kalik is a very humble man. I've known him and his family. I see Jewel in the back from the school board days, and I appreciate all of the work that they've done over the years, him and his family. Councilman Kalik, you definitely have my vote. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Rivera?
So, Councilman Kalik, when I approached you and asked you that I wanted to see you as vice president, all you said is, listen, if my colleagues want to support me, I'll do it. And the plan today was so I could do the motion, but it doesn't matter who does it. Ultimately, what's important is that, you want to get the chance to be vice president. And you're already starting very positive. You're being very optimistic. You just stated that, you want to control Councilman Jackson. But Ernie and those people that have been, attending these council chambers for the past maybe 12, 13 years, you'll see that even before this council was, even with the previous council members that were here, some of the meetings used to go into 1 o'clock. But you know what? I got to give you that. You're being very optimistic. I want to see that happen because I do. I just have a daughter that was born recently, and I want to get home early. But you know what, Councilman? I just want to congratulate you from the bottom of my heart, and my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
I learned from Councilman Kalik to be short and sweet. I don't think so.
Councilman Velez, you said your vote was yes?
Not yet.
That was very short.
See, that's a good thing. I sat down in that side of the fence for more than 800 and something meetings before being a councilman. And sitting out there is totally different being sitting in here. It's totally different. Totally different. And over there, I learned the aspect of the community. Here, I learned the aspect of the leadership. And that's what makes you a good servant. I was going to say a good politician. A lot of people sat on this side, they're never going to be a good politician, even they sit on another side. But one thing I'm going to say is that Councilman Kalik, we never had a yes and no. We always discuss the agenda that come forward in committees, and we make sure that we understand why we are dealing with certain circumstances in the city, and that's what we're here for. I'm proud to say that Councilman Kalik is the first Bengali VP of the city of Paterson. Let's give him a round of applause. Somebody tried to beat him, but he's here. But ladies and gentlemen, I'm proud of that choice that we as council member had done. Even that he didn't spoke to me, but I sent the message that my vote was going to be a yes. So I'm proud to say that I vote today. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. The vote is 9 in favor, none against. Councilman Shaheen Khalid is our Vice President of the Municipal Council. At this time, I'll have the President to take her seat. Just give us a few minutes.
Jackson, move over there.
And the council members have to
JK. That's good. She's sitting
move
next.
over
He's sitting next to you.
accordingly.
No, I don't have to move. I will be next to you. She needs a user truck for her move.
Madam President, before I hand over the meeting to you, at this time, I have two presentations and I'm asking your permission if I could do so. Madam President?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. At this time, I'll have Councilman Abdelaziz present our outgoing president with a plaque, which is Councilman Rivera. So Councilman Abdelaziz, thank you.
Yeah, I will.
Councilman Khalid.
Councilman, I want you to just unplug it and give it to me. My laptop.
Councilman, give this Councilman to Rivera. He's going to give it to Governor. Give 1 second. Youth Councilman.
To the audience, please bear with us.
Councilman Velez's mic never turns off, so we won't have an issue with that, right, Councilman? So I have the great pleasure today to present a plaque to our outgoing council president, as we do every year for the council president that is leaving. So council president, Councilman Rivera, council president, the last year has been tough, right? Many people outside will just see the way the meetings are ran. When you asked me for my support when you want to be council president, I actually said, what are you, crazy? Who would want that job? And similar to what I told to the people that always call me. But when you look at the things that we've accomplished in the last year, it's been many items that have taken 10, 15, and 20 years to get done. Council presidents before you and administrations before you tried to transition from a fiscal year to a calendar year. We talked about sewer reform. The first time we didn't get it right, I guess you got to do it the second time, but still, we moved the football down the field. And I commend you as a friend. I've known you prior to this. We've been friends when we were sitting, running and knocking on doors. So I'm proud for the leadership that you've shown for this year. It's not easy with the Zoom meetings, people that are grandstanding on purpose, people that were obstructing on purpose. The public needs to know that it's a difficult position. Leading 9 or 8 other people that have 8 different agendas is very, very hard. And you've shown that you could still get things done, even if you learned how to press that Zoom button, throwing people out of the meeting, which is a historic feat in itself. Well, let's give our council president, the outgoing council president, Flavio Rivera, a round of applause for the year of hard work that he's done. I got the box.
Good?
You want to say something?
I'll say something, but I gotta get.
At this time, I'll ask Councilman.
Well, you could announce me. I'll say it together. Do it together.
At this time, I'll have Councilman Rivera to present our new council president, Maritza Davila, with your new gavel to conduct the meeting.
All right, before I present the gavel, thank you, Councilman Abdelaziz. Thank you to my colleagues for the opportunity. I always said that when elected, I was not gonna be another politician that just sit down and, spend the 4 years just going through the motion and riding the wave. If I feel that I cannot contribute, then I would have never made the commitment to run for council. I said that we would do things differently. Many of the things that we do is going to get some people upset. Some people are going to approve or disapprove. But you see, but listen, it's all in fun. Even after you see those arguments, a lot of us are passionate. Some of the colleagues that you see pretty upset call me 5 minutes later after the meeting, and I still answer the phone, because to me it's not personal. We're here to be held accountable. You could grab me outside, and Ernie, you know this. You could come here, speak for 10 minutes, rip me on the mic. Next minute you call me, it's like nothing happened. Why? Because you elected me. It is your right to hold me accountable, and it's going to be that way until I decide not to be, or until you decide not to put me here on this council. Now, with that being said, Councilwoman Davila, I don't think any other council president has used the gavel, as much as I have. We had to get you a new one because that one is probably broken. So I just hope you don't have to use it as much as I have. I give this to you now so you can run this wonderful meetings. What is that? I'll take it right now. Just give me a minute. Louis wants his mic back. You know how he is with the mic.
I am a patient guy.
Hasn't been used.
Wait. I gotta use one last time.
Councilman, I was in a tight budget. Madam President, at this time, if there's anyone else who has any presentation, may do so at this point. Is there any other presentation? Is none? Oh, there's a presentation here.
Oh, there is? Oh, I'm saying no when.
That's pretty.
Well, everyone is wondering, I asked who this flowers from. It's from your team, Madam President.
Thank you so
Send you
much.
with the flowers.
Thank you.
See how kind I am? I didn't turn off the mic for him.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam President, thank you so very much. And at this point, I'll just congratulate Madam President and Vice President from the clerk and her entire staff, and we look forward to continue working with you. At this time, it gives me great pleasure to hand the meeting over to our Honorable Maritza Davila, Council President of the Municipal Council.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome, Madam President.
I have a few quick words that I'm going to read them. I'd like to start definitely by thanking God, my assistant Phyllis. Her prayer today truly, truly touched me personally, and I felt the presence, and I continue to feel the presence of the Lord here today. And so, thank you. Thank you for that prayer. I don't know if you feel it, but I do. I want to thank also my colleagues for giving me the vote of confidence. Yes, there was a lot of back and forth, but I'm not going to discuss that today. I'm going to let it be. Today, my message to my colleagues, because this is about my colleagues today, because they elected me as their president to lead for the next year, is about unity. And unity is not just a word, it's an action. And it's an action that we must take one another, and we should do it respectfully. We should not shut each other down, and we should listen to each other. I hope that this year, this coming year, when we receive that agenda on Fridays, that we are able to have conversations with any concerns. There should be no reason why our meetings have to extend for hours and hours at a time. And to Councilman Rivera, he is right, for years. So when people say this is the worst council meetings, the reality is this has been going on for years. But we have to make it better. And we must and we will make it better. I represent all communities in this city. And I appreciate and I learn from every person on this dais, my colleagues. Believe it or not, I do. And I also, I'm going to take a line from our previous council president, I also learned from things I should not do. I reflect on myself and the things that I should not do. I have been a previous council member for various years, well, 2 years ago, and there were things that if I could take back, I would. No one is perfect, but it's a new day. It's going to be a great year. Our community needs us. This community is in dire need. Public safety issues. We no longer believe in anyone. Dirty streets. I'm not going to blame it all on the administration. Today I said I ain't even taking no jabs at the administration. Not today. But people of Paterson, we must do a better job in taking care of our streets. We talk about DPW, but DPW doesn't toss the garbage in the streets. It is the people. So let us come together collectively to work with one another. There are 9 people here. I don't like to say it with 9 different agendas, but I guess we could say it that way because there are things that we want differently, and then there's the common things of the city of Paterson. Some want to see more development. Others just want clean streets, safe streets, to be able to go outside, okay, and take some fresh air and go to the store and not get shot at. Some people don't care about the Hinchcliffs. Some people don't care about the leader dies. The reality is there's more to it, okay? There's more to it. So, you know, with that said, this little message, a few words. Technology, we don't have to write, right? So once again, I humbly thank you. Thank you for this honor to allowing me to sit here as your president. Today, it's really not about me, though. It's rather about the cohesive needs of my colleagues and the residents of Paterson. I pray that God point us to something we did not know. Reveal anything we have missed. Deepen our knowledge. Tell us something about how we can do it better. Help us see what matters and what does not. Inform us more about our values. Teach us more about others. Let us recognize changing circumstances. Show us to work collectively and inclusively. Keep us connected to what works and what doesn't. Remind us of our humanity. Promote compassion for ourselves and others. Teach us to value forgiveness. Help us to pace ourselves better. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Mom in heaven. 7 years ago, I was elected and she was there, and my loved ones. Unfortunately, they're not here today, but my sister is, my other sister, my best friend for 41 years, Yadira. Rudy, thank you so much for coming all the way from Florida. She's Paterson, School 9, JFK, but she moved to Florida. To my mamita over here also, I appreciate you, Emilia, appreciate you. To my madrina Nena, thank you so much for all the support that you've always given me. Where's my sister Myra? I don't see her. Myra, Cunhao, thank you. To Jeanette, to Dennis, you guys are my rock. To my brother, and to my son. My son, who is the reason why I do everything I do. Some of my colleagues may be thinking, why is she so emotional? Because you know what? When you feel it, it shows. My love for this city and my love for my son is what makes me do and wake up every day to want to work better and work for this city. So thank you very much. I love you, Bebo. And to my team, Henry Sosa, I love you too. Thank you for always pushing me. And again, Madam Clerk, and my assistant, you've been with me 7 years, and I continue to be here another 7 maybe. With that said, Madam Clerk, thank you so much. Let us continue the agenda. Thank you. At this time, I'll allow you, the mayor, no. The vice president will speak first.
Oh, thank you. There is not much to say. Let's take our city back. With crime, poverty, homelessness, drug abuse is the highest level probably ever. We need to work, the police department, the DPW, all of us need to work together to clean this city up. I was in a DPW meeting yesterday. I asked the representative from DPW, do we have enough sweepers? They said yes. Do we have enough truck to pick up the recycling? They said yes. Then I asked them, why is not the sweepers going street by street on schedule? Also, why isn't our recycling getting picked up? The reason I got is they are in short of manpowers. So I humbly ask the administration, give them the green light to hire the necessary people they need to keep the city clean. That's the only complaint that I get from the residents of the second ward. Is our streets are dirty. I argue that give them the green light to hire necessary people so they could keep our city clean. The taxpayers are tired of it. If Torua, Prospect Park, and the other city could look clean as it is, why shouldn't Paterson look clean? That's my question to the administration. A lot of the residents think that the council responsibility to keep those streets clean. Only thing as a councilman I could do is give a call to DPW or to the administration. The administration, they are the one who run every department in city of Paterson. So please, I'm speaking directly to the administration. Let's hire the people necessary for DPW so we could have a clean streets. And we could be proud of our city. Come on, let's move city forward. I don't want to blame anybody. Today is a good day. Let's everyone be happy. Let's move the city forward. Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Council President?
Thank you very much, Mr. VP. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Council President. First,
Actually, Councilman Jackson, before you speak quickly, Madam Clerk, I'm going to allow Councilman Jackson to speak, and then Councilman Lewis would like to say a few words. I would like for you to please be brief. There are 19 people who signed up for the public portion, so respectfully, I want to, there's business we have to do. We have payment of bills, and we have quite an amount of appointments, but I am going to allow for the community. You're here today, and I'm going to allow to open it up. So very quickly, Councilman Jackson, and then Councilman Velez.
very good. Thank you, Council President. First, let me begin by congratulating both of you for another job well done by getting elected. I'm looking forward to this year. And very quickly, and I was going to suggest that we not allow the public to wait any longer, but just a note to the public, just a note to all of you who've taken your time out. First, let me thank you, because these chambers are not often occupied. So a lot of what happens takes place, you know, in the dark. And through tonight's ceremony, you heard a few times everyone talking about the necessity or the desire to contain or keep Councilman Jackson under control. And everyone that's sitting here, including all of you, know that's virtually impossible. But here's the reason why. Here's the reason why. My objective, my only purpose for being here, it's like The Wiz. Someone needs to be here to pull back the curtain. Someone needs to be here to inform you on what is taking place in closed doors. That's my job. And I believe I make a very valid attempt at doing that all the time. So here's another attempt. Many of you are here, and I applaud you, Brother Rucker, everyone else who have taken the initiative to stand in solidarity with this young man who unnecessarily was beaten over a month ago. His mother called me the night of, as the director will attest. We spent the entire almost 24 hours trying to get this young man out of jail. Now, I'll let you guys address that, but here's my issue. And these are the issues, and Brother Stewart, I appreciate you being here, so pay just a small attention very quickly. Here's where I take issue. We all talk about how our department needs to be more reflective of our community. And then we're all told, well, you know, Paterson people don't want the job. Paterson people can't pass the test. I'm here to tell you that that's an absolute fallacy, that is a lie. It is the agenda and the objectives of those people, I'm not going to say who people are, to make sure our police departments and our fire departments remain as they are. It's an unfortunate, you know, circumstance, the incident that took place, but it's just not a coincidence that the officer happens to live in Mawa. Now, where I take issue is right now, currently, and I want to bring this to your attention because I need all of you to help me do what I do. I advocate for the people that are here. Right now, currently, we have promotions that are being made. Just the other day, a bunch of fire department promotions that were made. So we have 3 Paterson born and raised guys that are on the list to make sergeant. Yet this administration has made a choice to stop at number 2. When there's 7 positions available, they decided not to make 3 Paterson guys. Now I try to make assessments and do things fairly. So I say, well, why would that be? Maybe because they're Paterson guys, they're not getting made. But then the first guy on the list is a Paterson guy as well. So we often try not to make assumptions and/or accusations or accuse people of being racially motivated. But when you have 3 minority people that are on the list that have taken the time, taken the test, passed the test, made the list, they're in line and there's spaces for them to be made, this council doesn't choose who's hired or who's put where.
Councilman Jackson?
So, I'm sorry, very quickly, I'll wrap, Council President, I appreciate it. So, you'll hear, well, the DCA won't allow us, but will the DCA allow you to hire a zoning officer who doesn't live here, who doesn't have credentials? They did that without DCA approval, so why are we holding up 3 Paterson guys who could create a better symmetry or accountability in that department where we won't have to see young men beaten the way he was that night in that hallway? So I'm putting that on your shoulders, community. I'm here advocating every night for these issues. I'm the person that fought when the zoning officer was stepped over. I'm the person that fought extremely hard when members of the DPW are mistreated. I'm here and I now need your assistance. When you come to that podium, you ask the BA, you ask the mayor, why are we letting some of our people who are homegrown, who have born and raised in this city, grew up in these circumstances on these streets, who understand the community better than anyone else, why are they dying on the list? Thank you, Council President. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Councilman Jackson. I'm going to, Councilman Velez, please. be
Yes, I
brief.
gotta wrap up quickly.
And I am going to say something so you all understand. A lot of times, and I've had some people say, you know, the council president is so rude, they didn't allow me to speak. We must maintain a certain decorum here in these chambers. And when I open up the public portion, you are allowed to speak 3 minutes. If there's a request and there's something that's dire that needs, the council president can allow more time. But let us remind you that there are 19 speakers. I wanted to also just mention a legend has entered our chambers. And she's sitting right across from me. She's all the way from Peru. Ana C, estoy hablando de ti. She's a 7-time world champion in volleyball. She's an Olympic medalist champion. And she's here in Paterson. Ana C. Ana C came here to Paterson, and thank you, Mayor, for giving a proclamation on behalf of the city and the municipal council. We also gave her a municipal citation. But she's here with Carla Montoya's summer camp sports academy, and she is training future professionals in volleyball, okay? And so I wanted to just say that and thank her for being here. And I also forgot to mention someone that I just saw standing right now. There's a young lady in this room, and I'm not going to say her name, but she's standing. And that young lady, she's really stolen my heart. She really has. And she is very humble. And I know that she's been ill. I have her in my prayers. And I want to thank her because she got out of her bed to come be here today. Like I said, I won't mention her name, but she knows who she is because she's standing. I love you. Councilman Velez?
Thank you, Council President. You know, 2020 was not an easy year. Everybody knows the pandemic. Everybody knows COVID-19 came in without instruction. This council spearheaded a lot of initiative to make sure that our residents in the city of Paterson receive the service that was needed in these times of crisis with the pandemic, COVID-19. We, the council, since 2018, we have gave this administration all the tools, resources, funding to address a lot of issues before this administration, to take care in this administration with a lot of tools that we gave in to address quality of life, crime, cleanliness, et cetera, et cetera. The community knows what they need. This administration has received all the support from this council to address all the issues. I stated in the last meeting, Mr. Mayor, you don't need to worry who was going to be the council president. What you needed to worry is to make sure that this body, governing body works for you to address the same issues that was before 2018 and still ungrow on 2018 for moving forward. Talking about crime, talking about cleanliness, talking about fairness, talking about fair bargain for our employees, talking about fair process in hiring, talking about a lot of things that I could mention today, but I'm not going to mention it today. And making sure that you don't use your abuse of power to make people life miserable just because you're running scared in an election.
Councilman.
Saying that, Council President, thank you for the opportunity. And let me tell you something, and we are going to move the city forward.
Thank you very much.
Councilwoman.
Thank you so much, Councilman Velez. At this time, if I may, to the audience, this one's going to be quick. I'd like to take a motion for payment of bills.
Move.
There should be an... Okay,
I'll do the motion, Madam President. Summary of disbursement. Total is $10,942,083.31.
Second.
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 Madam Clerk?
Yes, Madam President.
Moved by Councilman Kalik, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, for payment of bills.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call for payment of bills, regular payment of bills in the amount of $10,942,063.31.
Discussion.
I don't think so.
Councilman Velez, I already called it in second, and I called a roll call.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
All right. I'm sorry? Madam Clerk, some council members do not have their laptops and they don't have the actual payment of bills in front of them. Was there a copy prepared? I need to know if there is any waste management in this bills list.
No, I don't believe so, Council President.
Do I have our technical?
No, it's no waste management, it's no waste payment.
We'll get in some copies for you.
Okay. Okay, Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call for payment of bills, Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan.
Yes,
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
No, I'm sorry. Yeah, Councilman Jackson, yes. You're good. Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Rivera.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Yeah, I got it.
Madam President,
Yes.
the vote is 9 in favor, none against. Payment of bills is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk,
Madam
this
Clerk,
is...
there's another
Another one.
I'm
it's
sorry?
a
payment of
COVID.
bill, COVID payment.
Oh, my apologies.
COVID-19.
At this
Yes.
time, I'll take a motion for the second payment of bills.
I make a motion for COVID in the amount of $59,132.79.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilman Mendez and Councilman Velez. Any discussion? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call for COVID-19 payment of bills amount of $59,132.79. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan.
yes,
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Madam President.
Yes.
The vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. COVID-19 payment of bills is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much. I know that I said I was going after payment of bills, but I am going to allow this as a reorg. Mayor, I am going to respectfully ask that you do not do what you did last year and run a whole, city address, all right? We have 19 speakers here, so I'm going to respectfully ask that you can be
Thank you,
brief.
Council President. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, Mayor.
And I think you said it best. Unity should be the theme, not just for tonight, but throughout the next year that we're here. And I'm not here to fight. I'm here to unite. I want to collaborate with the council. Congratulate our new council president. Congratulate our new council vice president. He's actually right. This administration should be held accountable. There are functions that are performed by the council, and there are functions that are performed by the administration. But in collaboration, we can do more for the people that put us in our positions. I also want to thank our outgoing council president, Fabio Rivera, and our outgoing vice president, Dr. Lalisa Mims. We accomplished an awful lot, like Councilman Abdulaziz said, besides the calendar year reversion, creating the sewer utility, and obviously adjusting it. But the Guaranteed Income Initiative is helping Patersonians, and we should expand to include more Patersonians so they can receive cash assistance on a monthly basis. The Financial Empowerment Center that provides free financial and confidential one-on-one counseling for people, that's because of the council and the administration working together. Body cameras, which is something that I've supported for almost 3 years, that we made sure that we have in this city, is a reality because the council supported it. So I want to address everyone that is here relative to body cameras, because we know all about what was caught on camera with the officer, Spencer Finch. And let me finish. We discovered all of this on video. We referred to the prosecutor's office. He was suspended immediately without pay. We received permission from the prosecutor's office to proceed with termination. And yesterday I announced that Officer Finch was served with papers seeking his termination. So we take this seriously. What I watched on that video was painful. It was intolerable and deplorable. And that's why we took the action that we did. But again, I'm not here to fight, I'm here to unite. Align our efforts. Council President, I look forward to seeing you on a weekly basis in my office, and bring the Council Vice President with you if he's available as well. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Madam Clerk, at this time, I'd like to open the public portion.
Yes, Madam President. The public portion is now open. Our first speaker, Ms. Raquel Amador.
Raquel, oh, she got here early. Yeah.
Mayor, you should stay with us a while. I think some of the constituency here is here. Can we please have silence?
Like this.
Madam Clerk?
Yep.
Oh,
I'm
the
sorry.
mic, should have turned it.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Raquel Amador, 4th Ward. Congratulations. I'm going to keep it quick. I'm going to ramble off my thoughts. You know I'm not going to stay because I got to go home, find parking, and get to my kids. First off, PSENG. What the hell, man? The streets. They're tearing them up. They're not fixing them up. What's going on East 16th Street? They just put a sign on Lion Street, no right turn. That's a pain. The division of the wards. There's 9 of y'all. Again, y'all don't have to hold hands, kumbaya, no, but respect each other. That's been the theme of the night, unity. I've been screaming that from the top of my head, on Facebook, everywhere. Respect each other. You're our leaders. You're our leaders. Lead us. The personal jabs, keep it on the side. Keep it on the side. Like each other in front of us. Disimulan. However you say that in English, somebody translate it. Thank you. Get it together. What's working in your ward that's not working in our ward? Why do some of the wards feel like the forgotten stepchildren? It can't, I'm done, like I'm done. We talk about the climate of the people, of the police department has to change. The climate of the people has to change. I started walking my new puppy a month ago. I have neighbors patting me on the back for curbing my dog. It's common sense. It's like, come on, this is what we have to do. As far as the disposal and the garbage pickup, what are the laws for the landlords? How many garbage bins are they supposed to provide for the tenants? Can we advertise the pickup schedule properly so that the tenants know and the garbage company knows? If I'm getting fined for leaving garbage outside, Roselle has to get fined too. It's not fair. I'm tired. I'm done with the raccoons. Thank God we don't have rats for the most part, but the raccoons are getting out of control. I'm not gonna call this man an officer. He's not. He disrespected a human. He disrespected the badge. Can we not call him an officer tonight? Let's just address him as Spencer Finch. He is not an officer. He's a disgusting human. I did garbage and pickup. Stop with the disrespect. Paterson Public Schools just got control again. Instead of saying, oh yeah, the schools aren't safe, we know it. A lot of us went to school here. We're not dismissing the fact that the schools need to be brought up to par, but they just got control back. Instead of pointing and jabbing at them, help them show the state where they failed us, because the state obviously failed us. Because if the school was like this when I was in school 10 and it's still like this now and the state had control, let's point the blame at the state. Let's get it together. Let's get it together. We're crying. You guys live here. You guys are supposed to, why are you here? You're supposed to legally help them find ways to help us, right? Get it together, help us. Pretend that you live here. Drive through the streets. Drive through the streets. I'm tired of taking detours. I'm tired of taking detours. A 5-minute ride should not take me 15 because I don't want to damage my car. I don't want to get shot and I don't want to run into people. Loitering. Let's get it together. Why can't we enforce the loitering laws? Let's do legal extortion. Every tax abatement, every developer that comes, you want a building? Give me a park. You want a building? Give me 100 trees or a garden. Find a way. Find a way. We're tired. We're tired. Help us help you. Help us help you. You help me, I help you. Okay? And cut it with the favoritism. Cut it with the favoritism. We're all in Paterson. We're all in Paterson. Help us work together. What's working in your ward that can work in mine? Help me help myself succeed. Okay? Can we do that? Can we?
Thank you.
Have a good night. Be safe.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Yes, ma'am. Next speaker, Mr. Ernest Rucker.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
Madam President, I would like to request a 5-minute time period from Save the Village.
Mr. Rucker,
I will make it quick as
you called
possible.
me previously and you did make that request. Madam Clerk, please set the time for 5.
I will.
You can proceed.
I want to do this correctly. I need to make sure you understand why we are all here. And I'm also going to rely on my First Amendment rights to speak the way I want to speak. We are tired of the bullshit. The Paterson Police Department is armed with some good cops. But Mr. Finch, a horrible, disgusting individual who decided to take into his own hands judge and jury. About a week and a half ago, close to 2 weeks, I went to the administration. I've called Catherine Long. I called the legal department, and I requested and demanded, which I'm never going to request anymore. I'm going to demanded his termination. But that is not the problem that we really have. He was just the iceberg. It's the culture of the Paterson Police Force. We're tired of being kicked in our ass by people we pay. We're tired of getting shot and killed by people we employ. We are just damn tired. And we're here today. We coordinated. Zelly Thomas wouldn't be here without me, and I wouldn't be here without Zelly Thomas. So if anybody thinks that we're separate in this community on this issue, you've lost your mind. I want to salute these young people that have come here to tell you we're tired. We're not going to ask you for nothing ever again. We are demanding it. The Paterson Police Force has a union that protects no matter if you beat a person or shoots a person. You suspend them for 30 days and you bring them back to the police force. What kind of insanity is that? You're in the middle of a police union contract now. We want that taken out. You see, when you come with your community from all shades and colors, you have power. I listened to you all as you did the presidency and all the nice little cute speeches, and I congratulate you, Madam President. But I'm tired as hell. I'm tired as hell. I'm tired of begging. I'm tired of making phone calls late at night, calling all of you. We need to be treated and respected in this city, or I'm going to send you a message. They're going to send you a message on Election Day. You see, we're not threatening anymore. We're organizing. We are organizing. So if you don't understand it, you're better. We're no longer going to fight between each other. We're going to work with each other because this police department is in a critical position. I did some research today. Paterson's not the only police department that's having a problem with brutality. Every police department in the state of New Jersey, so that's a culture thing. If you do not change the culture of a bad kid, and that's some of the cops on our police force, then you have a bad kid. I want to say to these two officers here, we're not out to get any officer, and your union is going to try to sell you that game. If you're a good cop, I'm going to work with you and I'm going to protect you. But let me go to a blank wall and say this. If you're a bad cop, I'm going to be there. I'm going to be straight in your behind every day. We need the administration and this council to understand we have to start having discussions immediately on what we need out of this police department and how we want it to act. But it is impossible when you are a depressed city that you have a police contract that takes up the majority of your budget and we're still getting the services we're getting. I work with this gentleman right here. I call him all the time because when I got a gripe, I go to the top. But we're tired. We ain't calling nobody no more. We're going to come down here and we're going to shut this down. Okay? So if you want to do council business, I'm going to call you first and see how we can adjust it, but we're tired. In closing, 2 seconds. You know I got to get mine in closing. Madam President, we've had an opportunity to talk. We've had our arguments, our fights, and you know I'm very formidable when it comes to fighting, so are you. But we have to work to run this city. Mr. Vice President, we've definitely had our fights. Some very, very interesting fights. But as of today, we need to make sure that we're on the same side and work with the people in this room and other community people that come here because we are the bosses. And I hate to prove it to you in a different way, but we are the bosses and we pay your salaries and we expect better service. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rucker. Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Yes, ma'am. The next speaker is Mr. Ernest Rucker III.
It's a Rucker night, guys.
How you doing? My name's Ernest Rucker III. Good evening, everybody, council, administration, everybody in the audience. We're all here today because of the actions of Spencer Finch, the brutality of Spencer Finch, the way he struck that gentleman with that flashlight over and over again, the way that gentleman sat handcuffed behind his back and a knee was shoved in his face because he said, "Look me in my eyes." My main concern is the peace and safety of the Paterson community, because anybody in this room of that age, black or brown, could have been beat by that officer that day, and we need to realize that. But I'm here tonight to say to the public that we're going to change the culture of the police department, but we're not going to do that just by firing Spencer Finch. He's just the tip of the iceberg, if you ask me. I'm asking the community across the city to join in the efforts, put some pressure on the council, put some pressure on the mayor, put a lot of pressure on the police unions to understand what's not acceptable in our city. The police union has showed us that although we pay their salaries, we're not partners in the safety in the city. Because I'm not protecting nobody that assaults or batters or hurts or harms anybody in the city and says, okay, we'll figure it out later. The tape says it itself. All I'm saying is that the union needs to really think about its position and how it poses itself to the city, and that we need to find some way to work together and weed these bad apples out of the police department. Thank you for your time, everybody.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker, Mr. Justin Rucker.
It's a Rucker night tonight. Good evening, Council. First and foremost, I'd like to congratulate Councilwoman Davila for assuming the council presidency and Councilman Shalik for becoming the vice president. I was listening to what Councilman Jackson said about young men in Paterson joining the police force. I'm one of them. I've taken the test for police, fire numerous times, passed, have been skipped over. In my personal opinion, I think that an incident with Spencer Finch would not have happened if we had someone that is homegrown and someone that has some skin in the game, someone that lives here. People tend to care more when they work here, where they work in their environment, when they work in their home cities. It's just a shame that we have to go through that. And for the administration, for him to wait to finally serve papers of termination for Mr. Finch after the public decided that enough is enough, it just speaks to his degree and his acumen of leadership. When he needed our votes, he came to our events, he did the cha-cha slide, he drank our Pepsi, he ate our chicken, and he had a good old time with us when it was time to vote. But now when we need him to show and exemplify some leadership, to show a little intestinal fortitude, to show us that he indeed cares about the community, he's a no-show. He's an empty seat. Ladies and gentlemen, we will not get ahead of this unless we send a clear and positive message, powerful message, to the Paterson Police Department and the union saying that this behavior will not be tolerated. And with that, that's all I have to say. Thank you. And again, congratulations, Councilman Davila and Councilman Khalid. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rucker. Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker, I have another Ms. Ernest Rucker.
Who?
There is second, maybe somebody, I'm not sure.
Why do you want me to come back?
I have
Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker is Kenya Bannister.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
My name is Kenya Bannister, and I am a member of the Black Lives Matter Youth Council. It is clear based off the body cam video that showed Spencer Finch blatantly launch an unprovoked attack against an unarmed young African-American man that he has no business being a police officer. While the young man was handcuffed, Spencer Finch continued his brutal assault against a defenseless young man. It is clear that Spencer Finch has prior history of exhibiting such animalistic behavior. Spencer Finch is not fit to protect and serve. We see this type of behavior from police throughout America and what it can lead to. I asked the question, in what profession can an employee have 4 lawsuits and or infractions of violence and still be employed and paid? The answer is none. It is unacceptable for Officer Finch to continue working on the police force, which claims to serve and protect the community, with 4 federal lawsuits accusing him of using excessive force on Paterson residents, as well as having been charged with falsifying reports following the attack of the unarmed man. Spencer Finch is a liability this city cannot afford. No person in such an authoritative seat of power should be allowed to display this kind of barbaric behavior. As a young woman who was born and raised here, it's disappointing that the mayor and our elected officials would allow an incident like this to occur and only act upon it when pressure is applied by the community organizations and its leaders. If the police officers who murdered Jameek Lowry, another young black man who fell victim to the senseless police violence in this city, are still on this city's payroll, there's no question why Officer Spencer Finch felt comfortable completing that behavior. As a rising youth in this city, it is incredibly frustrating to see people who lack morality and who display blatant disregard for human life be put in positions of power that hold the safety and well-being of others and my life in their hands. If you are comfortable with the situation, you are comfortable with the way it was handled, and you are comfortable with the fact that the termination papers are just now being filed, you are not paying attention. Let the record show that this incident happened on May 26th, and we are only now seeing consequences be applied. This type of late action from our city's elected officials is exactly why these police officers feel so comfortable reacting so violently in these situations. With that being said, until Spencer Finch and other Paterson police officers like him receive consequences to the full extent of the law, along with the immediate firing of these individuals, the suspension of paid leave for officers under investigation, along with the forfeiture of their pension, are set into play, your work here is not done. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker is Miss Elizabeth Faith.
Mrs. Freeman, that's your daughter, right?
Hello, hi everybody.
Hello.
Nice to see everybody alive, whoever's alive. Unfortunately, I had some people that passed away due to COVID. I'm not here for sorrows, but anyway. So I saw the video, and congratulations, Madam President, everybody.
Thank you.
Ms. Mims, that was very lady of you. Ms. Cotton, you guys rock. I saw the video of the young man, and I said this a long time ago in one of the meetings when it happened with Jameek Lowry. Why is it that police officers don't get counseling and you guys like test them to see if they're mentally right? You know, there's a lot of angry people going around. And obviously that officer had a lot of anger to attack like that. There should be some type of enforcement before they get tested or they even pass a physical, even go on to physically doing a mental check for people to be trained with everything that's going around. You know, this is not the first time we've been here, not the second, not the third time. It's been going on consistently. And also, talking about the garbage real quick, because it's bothering me. I'm on the first ward now, and I have rodents in my house that I'm fighting and attacking. Like like Ninja Turtles, like splinters, all types of stuff up in there. And it's really bothering me. And I really believe that it has to do with the construction that everybody's doing and building in these burned houses. Why is it that every time a house is built, you guys don't build a parking lot, and then if it is being built, in the middle of it, there's still construction going on? I don't think you guys should pass or give somebody a permit until the whole thing is done. Why? Because while they're still building the house, like on Lafayette, there's still, to go to Lafayette, you have to go around the fruit truck that's there, and then you got to worry about even that building that caught on fire that wasn't inspected. It was people still living in there. I don't know how that happened. There's mad traffic. When I turn to the right, then PSNG breaks one piece but messes up the other side of the street. So at this point, I don't even know where to drive. So I agree with the first speaker. Like, y'all guys have to drive before you guys even give okay and see what's really going on, because until you don't live it, you won't understand our frustration. You know what I'm saying? So it's very important that you guys, and another thing with the school board, you guys all know I'm all for the kids. Those do know me, and everybody up here know me, and I've been trying to work with everybody. And the mayor, like, that's why I be ripping him, because he's never present, but then he's going to want votes. And I'm going back on that PTO, and let some council people or people that's on the board come down here to ask for votes. I will be posting you on Facebook. And I will be talking about you, because if our kids are demanding us to help them, it comes from small. And some of us parents do what I do, but then if I send my kids with teachers that don't do what they're supposed to do, or other kids that aren't doing what they're supposed to do, is a problem. You guys are not part of the Board of Education, but when you guys need votes, and I'm not attacking y'all, you know, y'all go there, and I know you guys try to work, But when is it that we're gonna work together? You know, and I'm all blue. I know too many cops. From Miss Easton, when I was a kid, Fletcher, grew up on Fair Street, Governor Street, went to school 6, graduated from there very quickly. The DARE program needs to come back. You need to interact with the DARE program. And please put that in, because they told me it has to do with something with the city. I'm not scared of cops. I am not scared of cops, and I've been arrested by them. But black people do get attacked the most. And if y'all don't want to understand that, the skin color is an issue here. Stop hiring people that are not like us, and shit won't happen. Point blank and period. That's it.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. Madam Clerk, next speaker,
Yes,
please.
Madam President. Next speaker, Ms. Janet Sewell. Janet.
I am going to ask that when you're speaking in the microphone, try not to get close to it because it's being muffled, right, Ming? Is that what? Okay. Thank you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So I'm here because this is my city. I'm a product of this city. I'm a Grammy Award-winning songwriter and producer. I've written words that have touched billions. My voice counts. It matters. So now I'm here for everybody. Very disappointed today. Very disappointed. The bickering, back and forth. These people have been waiting all night. The mayor walks out. I just want change. I can't come back here. I would love to come back here. With this level of leverage and resources, I should be here, serving everybody here. I'm not raising my kids here if this is what's going on. I'd just like to impress upon everyone in this room tonight, everyone before me, all the councilwomen, councilmen, please, let's just stick to the plan. Make the plan. Stick together. I don't want to hear about what happened in 2016. I had to leave this place to be successful. That shouldn't be. That should never be. Just so you all know what I'm a part of, I wrote Empire State of Mind for Jay-Z and Alicia Keys. Yeah. That's the anthem for New York City, right? But this is my city. So it's important for me to be here so you can hear my voice, so you can understand that I'm here. And I've always been here, and I'm in and out, and I'm watching, and I'm driving around, and my tires are getting torn up, and my kids can't play outside, and the parks look like crap. I'm here, I'm watching. Everybody listens to what I have to say. And now the world, right? All the billions of hearts and minds that dance to my music at every baby shower, graduation, special event, guess what? They're gonna hear this too. I just want everybody, just stay focused, please. Let these people be heard. Please, let's bring a change in this community for real. Now that I'm here, and I just want to say another special thank you to Commissioner Alfred, to Ernest Rucker. Thank you. Thank you. Lalisa Mims, Councilman Mims. Hold on. Michael Jackson. There's a few faces that I know. Ms. Cotton, that I grew up with, that I've seen in my lifetime. Listen, we still here. Let's protect our children. They're going to kill them. They're going to kill them. Who's next? How much more blood? What if he hit him in the wrong way in the head with that flashlight? Did you see what I saw? What if? How much more blood? How much more dirt? Please, let's do something.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Next speaker is Mr. Zelly Thomas.
Zelly Thomas, Paterson, New Jersey. George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Jameek Lowry, Jacoby Hyatt, Lawrence Myers. Police violence doesn't just happen in Minneapolis or Louisville. It happens here in Paterson as well, and it happens with or without footage. But even if those instances don't have footage, don't those victims deserve some type of justice? A coalition of 50 community organizations yesterday condemned the most recent viral assault of a brutal and unprovoked attack on a young black man. The police officer then proceeded to write a report of the incident that conflicted with what was actually captured on footage. This is not the first instance of police violence against communities of color living in Paterson, nor will it be the last if there is no accountability. That police officer, Spencer Finch, was charged and placed on unpaid suspension. And because of community, not because of the mayor, but because of community, termination paperwork was filed. However, due to the current collective bargaining agreement between the city of Paterson and the PBA, after 30 days of his unpaid suspension, he will be able to go on paid administrative leave. We are calling for the end of the practice of paid administrative leave while officers are under investigation. We are calling for the firing of all police officers with excessive force complaints. Officer Finch had multiple use of force lawsuits against him. And while we cannot rely on viral videos to hold officers accountable, because not all incidents have video. Community leaders and residents of black and brown communities have not only had to deal with the trauma that comes with experiencing and witnessing police violence, but they often have to deal with the trauma of seeing those officers not being held accountable. Allowing officers who harm or violate the rights of residents to remain employed does not keep the community safe. Allowing officers with multiple excessive force complaints to remain on the force does not keep the community safe. Placing officers on paid administrative leave while under investigation does not keep the community safe. We call on the city of Paterson to leave the past practices in the past. We call on the city to work on changing these policies and practices that allow officers to remain employed even after they have harmed our community members. We call on you to implement a civilian complaint review board and finally invest in recreation department instead of more police. My last question to the administration before I step down is there a reason why the 3 minority officers on this recent list haven't been promoted to sergeant? You are part of the problem. Justice for Jameek, Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Mr. Kisan Little.
Good evening, Kason Little, Elizabeth, New Jersey. Thank you, Zelly. How many more black lives have to be brutalized and killed by pig culture individuals? I refuse to call them humans, because when you treat my people like we're not humans, I would not consider you as a human being. My black life, his black life, our black lives have value. It means something. It's real. And it ain't just a hashtag. It's not just a slogan. We are sick and tired of being sick and tired of being sick and tired of being sick and tired. And damn it, we deserve better. People have been begging for so long, crying, marching, sweating, fighting, for what we are owed, for what we are subjected to receive. I'm only 21 years old. I love my black life, and I'm a proud black king. I live no regrets of being black. This country recognized the power and the resiliency of black people, but they don't want it to exist. And it's being proven time and time again. The leadership here is immoral, it's incompetent, it's complacent, lost its ethics, it's lost its morals, it's lost its values, and we call for resignations right now. If you are not going to remedy our pain, our suffering, our trauma into place, resign now. Resign now. Resign now. Enough with the symbolic gestures of showing up to rallies with your fist up in the air, and you are going to continue to accept contributions from PBAs. Enough of it. Enough of it. My cousin Malcolm X, yes, my last name is Little, my grandfather's first cousin. My last name means the world to me. And it is up to us to finish our ancestors' unfinished business. To carry that torch. To ensure that we create a new world that works for all of us, not just for the selected few. Whether or not we got courage enough, hope enough, fight enough, love enough, and drive enough to do what is necessary. What is necessary? We urge you to legislate on the mandate and full defense of Black lives, as if rent was due on the first. And in closing, Officer Finch will unfortunately not be the last police or pig culture individual that we hear about. Policing in America was designed to be inherently and intentionally racist and to kill, steal, and destroy Black people. It needs to be abolished. That cannot be reformed. Let's stop with the reform approaches. Let's stop with good cops. Because as long as this white supremacist system with the white supremacist culture exists, it will continue to kill us. So enough with the reform approaches. It needs to be dismantled and restructured from the ground up. That works for everybody. So we urge for him to be fired effective immediately. We urge for civilian complaint review boards with prosecutory and subpoena power that can include the community in the process. And again, if you fail to act, if you fail to legislate, I am urging the community of Paterson to build your own seat and your own table.
Thank
and
you.
to organize effectively.
Thank you.
Black Lives Matter.
Thank you.
Fire Spence now.
Thank you.
And we want change.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Mr. Justin Pines.
If you like Tim, you're gonna love me. Evening, Evening, councilmen and women. This is a big moment for me because I'm breaking a rule of mine, which is I only speak to my people. And no oppressor or people complicit in oppression is my people. But I love Zelia and Paterson and the people of Paterson, so I'm here. We all know why we are here, which is because of the actions of the officer who beat that man. Since I never intend to do this again, let me tell you exactly how I feel. We should not have to be here. We should not have to demand that this officer should be fired. We shouldn't just be demanding he be fired, and I'm demanding he be arrested for assault. And I demand that the officer who stood by doing nothing be fired as well. We should not have to march and risk our lives while you all say how much you're doing and intend to do. And the road to hell is paved with dumb brothers and good intentions. I've heard a lot of the members on this council speak of the importance of representation, but I argue that if the people truly felt represented, they wouldn't be here. Your mom doesn't watch over you because she trusts you to behave. We are here because of how much we don't trust you. And understand, we will be here until this officer is fired. You may have not beat that man, but you are guilty of being part of the system that made it possible for that man to be beat. That makes it possible for Black people to be killed every day. And to your comment about the importance of Kamala Harris being in the White House, a Black fascist in the White House means the same to me as a Black beetle in my kitchen. I want freedom for my people, and I want justice for that man who was violated by the same people who sell the illusion of serving and protecting. But the people here are the ones who are serving and protecting. Yes, that's right. Give me 1 second. In conclusion, I look forward to the day you no longer have jobs, and police no longer exist, and this building is ashes. And maybe then, maybe Black people will know freedom. I mean, a brother can dream. And if I never have to be in one of these tools of Black oppression disguised as a haven for justice ever again, it would be too soon. Do your supposed job of serving the community. I ain't gonna speak to the mayor. I don't like mayors, obviously. I won't thank you for your time because you were supposed to serve the people, so the people are owed your time. Power to the people, Ashe.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Next speaker.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker is Mr. Kenyatta Stewart.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I want to first start off by commending Zelly and all the members of the the Paterson chapter of the Black Lives Organization, Black Lives Matter organization. I think it's important for people to take a chance to speak out on things that they believe in, no matter if it feels good, as long as they know it is right. The fact that, as Councilman Jackson said, this has been going on for a month, and it took for us to get to this point, it's sad. I'm going to tell you that, Councilman Jackson, we owe you an apology. Yes. We owe you an apology because people criticize you because of how hard you go at them. Councilwoman Cotton, Councilwoman Mims, we owe you an apology for not protecting you while you stand next to them. And the reason why I'm making that comment is because, not that the other council members are not a part of this process, but our community is hurting, and they're from our community. Oh, by the way, the fact that the mayor walks out, and I don't know who this young man is, but I appreciate you sitting in.
He's the CFO.
I appreciate you, brother, because God knows I don't understand why this mayor don't understand that he won because of black people. No disrespect to Councilman Jackson, no disrespect to former Councilman McCoy, but the black people did not back you the way we should have. And unfortunately, we find ourselves in this space, but the fact that he walks out when there's a black issue, as critical as this right here, that's what the problem is. See, believe it or not, we were sick and tired when they beat the brother up while he was cuffed, and they said they didn't realize that he was hard of hearing. We were sick and tired when they had the brother walking down the street and they claimed that he was wilding out, and they beat him up and they caught him on camera. God damn it, we were sick and tired when they had the other brother in the hospital seat and they whooped his ass. Pardon me. But I'm gonna tell you guys, at this point, we so sick and tired of these excuses. It ain't just Paterson. It's here, but it's everywhere. And the worst part about it is, we looking for solutions, so I'm gonna give you one. As you all know, in Newark, we've been fighting for a civilian complaint review board. At this moment, we are working with the Civilian Complaint Review Board and the police department to create an MOU, because we recognize that we're fighting the fight for subpoena power, and if the police department can agree to give the documents, well, goddamn it, we can get the documents and get it done. I'm gonna ask the council to take a step. Take a step. Create the legislation, put it up, put together the documents, put together the budget, and yes, go for it. Madam Clerk and Madam President, if I can continue. I'm gonna also ask you to consider doing what we did in Newark. We took 10% of the police budget and put it towards alternative solutions. So therefore, we don't have to worry about police officers dealing with beefs. The beefs are in our community. I can deal with the beef before they can deal with the solution or the result. But you gotta pay people to get involved. It's not a part-time job. It's not a part-time job. We have more than 10 organizations in Newark that plans all day, every day to deal with beef. They come to our meetings on Fridays to explain what beefs they dealt with, how many calls they had, how many times they've been to the hospital, etc. Please, take advantage of the opportunity that you have, because unfortunately, the things that we deal with in our community, we gotta deal with our household. We do, we gotta deal with it. I ain't gonna sugarcoat that. But the fact that we got officers And no disrespect, some officers, brother. But we got officers that disrespect our people. There's thousands of people who got beat up by the police or had their pockets taken. God damn it, the reason why I became a lawyer is because the cop took my pockets. And it ain't gonna never be on video, we just happened to catch this guy. So do us a favor, y'all. Put some legislation in place. Create a civilian complaint review board. Force an MOU. You have the director right here. Force an MOU that the police officers have to give the documents to the civilian complaint review board. Believe you me, you'll be ahead of people. Trenton is doing it. Jersey City is doing it. Jersey City got 2. Don't be afraid to take the chance. And in all actuality, the fight in Trenton is going to be the fight in Trenton against about subpoena power. And we're going to deal with that in November. It is what it is. But until November, there's a way to stop people and hold people accountable by creating an MOU with the police department and create a civilian complaint review board. And therefore, we can do what we have to do.
Thank you.
Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Kenyatta.
We voted already.
I just want to say thank you.
Sure.
And I also want to let you know, I asked the mayor to stay.
So I'm going to tell you that, and I hope you guys don't mind. When he walked out, I was more disappointed than that than anything. Not the fact that, he don't want to take the blame and everything else. Not the fact that he comes to our community and asks for votes. But at the end of the day, you got to be a mayor in the daytime and the nighttime.
Thank you. Thank you. Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Yes, ma'am. Next speaker is Mr. Kemper McDowell.
Good evening.
Good evening.
To the newly appointed City Council President, Mr. Lavia, and then Vice President Shahid, and the Mayor viewing the meeting on Zoom. I want to second what Kenyatta said. I cannot as eloquently state all the things that he brought forth, but I would say, and I would ask that the council move to put a civilian review board on the agenda for discussion at your next open opportunity. Now, we can fight from police officer, bad police officer, to bad police officer. We can march. They'll let us march. They'll let us sing, make speeches, paint murals. But the real fight is between the lines of the contracts and the policies and the regulations that govern the actions of the police officers. Within those contracts, they talk about recruitment. Unfortunately, we have some officers that if it wasn't for becoming a police officer, they would never step foot in Paterson, right? We want to be able to weed those out that have no interest in protecting and serving and working with the community. Training. Those regs and those policies and those contracts spell out what type of training will take place. Psych training. Training on how to work with social issues. How to, when a young man's in the hallway having it in with his his baby's mom, and one officer is allowing him to vent and another officer comes up, doesn't ask what's going on, but proceeds to beat on this young man. There needs to be training, and there needs to be a level of understanding that is short when it comes to the number of repetitive complaints about officers and infractions. So I also came here real quick to talk about the marijuana and cannabis issues that are in front of us coming up soon. Unfortunately, Council President talked about, in some cases, some people don't know about the falls. They don't know Paterson for the falls, for Hinchcliffe Stadium. But some people do know what's about, the best heroin in New Jersey, unfortunately. They know it's about the most shootings in the area, unfortunately. They know Paterson because no matter what time of night, you can go to Paterson to get access to a liquor store in Paterson. And now, if we don't look at the regulations, the state is allowing us to set municipal regulations around cannabis use in the industry. If we don't take advantage, now we could become the Amsterdam of Passaic County. And why I say the Amsterdam of Passaic County, because all around us, Wayne said no. Hawthorne said no. Clifton, Totowa said no. Passaic is going to do it in a restricted manner. Some of our elected officials, their hometown said no. Some of the advocates, their hometown said no. 2 more seconds. So I encourage the city council, let's look at these issues. Let's come together, put it on the table and discuss it, because you have until August 22nd, 21st, to set regulations. If not, it's like the liquor stores. Any given day, I can walk out and a liquor store pops up next to my house or across from a school. And I know we have liquor licenses and we've put a cap on it, but if that's how it works when you have an industry, and some call it sin industries, right? So we have so many of them, that's regulated by the state when there's no municipal regulation. Because what happens when I complain to the council, why is there a liquor store right next to New Roberto Clemente or Madison K Center? You'll say, well, it's a business that we can't do anything. It's a state reg. That's how it will be if the cannabis industry is not regulated. I think we're poised to open up over 60 potential entities in Paterson. Already working with the school system, I see the devastation of children that are overcome by not only marijuana use, opioid use, playing with, e-cigarettes, snorting heroin, the families that come down for counseling, the destroyed lives maybe at the age of 12 and 13. We have to put a cap on this. I'm not even saying, I'm against it, but I'm saying at least, as our leaders, at least put it on the table for discussion. Don't let the Wall Street money makers create a quality of life that we can't deal with.
So
look at our, and you're all family members, right? Look at how you would want your family to have access to these controlled substances. So I thank you for your time.
I want to thank you, Kemper, McDowell. And I just want to say, my director will not let me lie of public safety. It's been probably 2-3 weeks ago that I started a conversation, specifically when I found out that, August 21st is coming around the corner. And I spoke to him yesterday again, that we need to sit down, and soon after, I'm talking right after this meeting, we are setting up an appointment to have the administration, and we need to discuss how we're going to proceed with this and bring this to the council as a whole to have the discussion. So I don't want you to think that we have not been in discussion already. We've started it, and I understand everything that you said, and I also agree as well.
If I may, maybe public hearings or some way of getting community feedback.
We will definitely have those discussions. And Director, I know I normally don't do this, but if you could just quickly
What I wanted to add is, in these conversations, what we have to realize is if we don't do something, then it's wide open. It's like the Wild West. And what we also have to realize is, there's going to be so many different stipulations. In Colorado, they have a board, and they have their own investigatory staff with like a chief and investigators that are state investigators like the ABC board. I don't know what Jersey's going to come with. Will they come with that and then use Paterson Narcotics that does ABC with the state ABC?
Director.
Will we work together?
So
there's so much.
I appreciate that, but those are some of the conversations we already began, we started. All right, thank you so much. Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker, Alexandria Smith.
My name is Alexandra Smith, and I definitely had a different vision when I was going to speak today, but my words apply to everyone listening. So, what can I say to you to make you understand? To not have you just hear our pain, but to understand it. To not have you just watch us speak, but to feel our words. I don't want you to simply listen. I want you to realize things today. I want you to think about them when you go home, when we're not standing in front of you anymore. We came here and are coming here today to ask you to listen and to understand, which a lot of you guys do. As people of color, you do understand, and you know. But we have to understand that our generations have endured growing up watching white people steal from us, steal our culture, steal our homes, our rights. We have watched them steal our safety, our peace, and steal our lives. Can you understand that? Can you see it? We were hung from trees because our skin is a different color. We were booed in towns and banned from drinking from the same water fountains. Despite the fact that we are all humans, we are all the same. Do you know that? Can you understand it? We have watched all of this happen right before us because the souls of my ancestors are the same that live within me today. The fighters who gave their life for this cause, they love within us and they live through us. They taught us how to fight. I assure you with all the depths of my heart that we will grow tired of asking for this understanding. We will be tired of asking for those bastards, excuse my language, to respect us. We will be tired of asking when someone continues to oppress you for hundreds of years of movements, and movements that washed away what? They didn't wash away our pain. They didn't wash away our sorrow. They didn't wash away our trauma. They haven't washed away racism. We will grow tired of asking you. It has already been too long that this man has kept his job. It has been too long that our officers have been allowed to abuse and hurt us. Only the 11th officer to be charged within the last 3 years. If you can't make noise for us and everyone here, we're gonna start making noise for ourselves. I'm not asking you, I'm not standing here today to convince you that our lives matter. I'm telling you right now that they do. And I'm demanding that that is respected. Everybody who's hearing these voices, especially, I won't say, but especially those officers out there, they need to respect it. I'm an advocate for peace, but no white man is going to use his badge to hate and to attack unprovoking humans simply because they are people of color. No white man is going to claim his town and claim I can't enter after dark because I'm black. Because the same audacity one has to call their home a sundown town is the same audacity that Spencer Finch had to abuse and to lie, to be another human being, to hurt someone with excessive force. Not once or twice, but 4 times. You don't think there's something psychologically wrong with that? With him, with the way these officers treat us as human beings? We're asking nicely, but eventually, we're not gonna be able to ask anymore. To close, I think that we shouldn't have to come out here and ask for it. Fire Spencer Finch, but not just him. Fire every officer just like him. We need you to fire every officer. Mr. Mayor, since you're out there listening, you couldn't sit here and listen to us speak. It shows. I see you. You don't see us, I see you. You don't see us. You're not listening. You're not here. You're not listening to us.
Alexandra. Kenya, Alexandra, and Kenya, and everyone else here. As a mother of a young man, a man of color, your words today have resounded, and I can guarantee you that this council is going to do what it needs to be done, what needs to get done. And we're going to hold the administration accountable. You best believe that. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk?
Yes, ma'am. Next speaker.
Wow.
Viv Bosran.
Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Viv Bosran. That person here?
What is the name?
Vix. It looked like Viv. Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time. Can you please, when you come to the mic, please repeat your name?
My name is Gianluca Vicas Buzio. I wrote down Vicas. I apologize. My middle name is Vicas. But I would like to come, and I would like to point something out to you, Madam President. I want to know how many people in the audience came here because you were being elected as council president, and how many people were here for the termination of Spencer Finch. How many people were actually here for you? No offense. I apologize. No offense.
None taken.
I apologize to you as well, Mr. Jackson. I was listening in the back. I learned a lot of things. But I'm sorry. How long does it take to become a cop in Paterson? I'm asking you.
I'm sorry, Director. Just so you understand, you need your 3 minutes, you make your statement,
Yes.
and then...
Okay, I apologize. It is ridiculous the amount of psychos that are put in charge and are being like shown as the law. They are not the law. They are people who we give a gun and a badge to. My child, my future child, will be black. And I will not let him be afraid. I will not. It won't happen. I knew a man, his name was Chucky, and all he was doing was driving down the highway. He fit a description. He did not know he was late for work, and he was tased for 10 seconds to his left side of his chest. My heart is pounding for him. My uncle. He is brain dead. All because a cop was trained for 6 months before they gave him a gun. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Ms. Wahida Mohammed.
With God's name, good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
It's been a while. And Lord knows I was not going to come here today because I know the pain is too fresh of what I saw on that video that happened to a young man that could have been my son. And I remember too vaguely when we were so excited about the damn body cams. But was this body cam on? No. And what happened? Thank God another camera was on, because then we wouldn't have known, because the lie was perfected, because he knew that he didn't have anything to worry about. And Council President, you have said to us that we can count on you all doing what's right. And I'm going to tell you, we're not going to accept anything other than that, because it's time out. It is too much and too little. And like everybody else, I was really angry that the mayor left, because it proves to me that he knows he doesn't have to face us, because no matter what, we're going to give him what he wants. And we will see whether or not that happens, because I've had it. I've had it. The other thing I want to ask, and I have nothing against the homeless, but they have taken over Paterson. If some homeless black people went to Clifton and did one thing that these homeless people does in Paterson, they would not live there. They would not live to get out of there. But anything goes in Paterson. And then we talk about how we want people that are born and raised here to become police officers and firemen. And then I hear that we have 3 that have already passed it. I don't want to curse.
You can.
But they have already passed the test, and they still can't get the damn job. Are you serious? I've had it. And I don't know where you're looking at, Mayor, but you best know we're not going to take that BS any longer, because something is wrong with that picture. And I know we yell and scream, and the business administrator, I'm told, have this authority to do certain things. But let me tell you, we have some authority too. And our authority is going to last, because I can promise you, if it doesn't, you and the mayor will no longer be in those damn seats. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mohammed. Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Yes, next speaker is Ms. Judith Rivera.
Good afternoon, everyone.
I'm sorry, your name, please.
My name is Judith Rivera from Paterson, New Jersey, with Black Lives Matters. During the past 13 years, Finch has been the target of 4 federal lawsuits accusing him of using excessive force against residents. Paterson keeps cops with multiple excessive force and complaints. This doesn't make me feel safe living in this town. As a mother of a young mixed child that sits right there, African American and Hispanic, and me as an Afro-Latina, looking at something that can also happen to my son. I'm sorry. We have the opportunity to work and change that here today. Filing termination is not enough. We have to keep going. I had enough. Immediately fire Spencer Finch. Fire cops with excessive force and complaints. Suspend the use of paid leave for cops under investigation. We do not need more cops. We need more recreation. We need more housing. We need more parking. We need more jobs. We need you to fight with us and for us. Protect us and stop protecting the police. I am a daughter of an ex-police officer of San Juan, Puerto Rico, and what he has seen is unacceptable. And I'm standing here for you all to get rid of the cops that are doing unjust. It is not fair, and I'm sick of it. It's disrespectful. Madam President, you have a son that you work hard for. So do I. I have 2. I have 1 there, and my other one is 9 years old. You're fighting, I'm fighting. I want to see you fight, and I want to see the mayor fight, wherever he is. You understand me?
Thank you.
Have a good evening.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam
Next
President.
speaker.
Next speaker is Marie M. Marie M.
Repeat the name again. Please repeat your name.
Miriam.
I can't understand it.
Miriam.
Miriam?
Yeah. Good evening. I'd like to start off by extending my gratitude to the community for showing out for your people today. And I'm here representing the Black Lives Matter Paterson Youth Council because our voices deserve to be heard. For all of my 15 years, I and my fellow peers have witnessed people in our community being murdered, abused, and targeted by those sworn to protect us. Spencer Finch, a man who was held to the standard to uphold the law, unjustly assaulted an unprovoked black man on May 26th, which was over a month ago. The fact that it takes pressure from the community for him to be held accountable is concerning. What if we were silent? Can we trust our officials to have the integrity to fight for justice even when no one's watching? Or is integrity shown solely when all eyes are on them? There will always be more Finches, Travins, and Zimmermans, as long as officers know that their actions will have 0 consequences. As long as no one intervenes, our community will remain unprotected and will continue to suffer. Why did the officer whose body cam was recording, why didn't he intervene? Why was it so easy to file false police reports? Why are we repeating history again and again? True leaders are servants to their people, But time and time again, we've seen government officials protect and uphold the institutions, systems, and unions built on the foundation of white supremacy that harm our communities and refuse to hold those at fault accountable. The officials who rant about the well-being of the youth are the same officials who neglect to give us the proper resources and invest in institutions that target black and brown kids. The officials who stand for justice and liberty for all are the same ones that pick and choose who to give it to. Those are the officials who talk about symbolic change instead of systemic change. So which official are you? Which official will you become? And which side of history will you be on? We demand that all current Chauvins, Finches, and Zimmermans are held responsible for abusing their power. Finch should have been terminated the first time. Why did it take 4 other chances to finally hold him accountable? 5th time's the charm. Enough is enough. It's important to know that my message is of love, our message is of love. We love our community, we love our people, but most of all, we love when justice is served. But if there was one thing that I wanted to leave you all with today, is this. You constantly say that we, the youth, are the future, but refuse to invest in us. If you expect us to lead, then you need to lead by good example. Invest in us and we invest back. We want to live in a community where we can trust you. We want to live in a state where we can call the police when we need help without fearing for our lives. We want healthy relationships with you. But you need to meet us halfway there and take that stride to change we're all talking about. You and I, we all can do better to improve our community. But the first step is by speaking out. Will you speak out? Because if not, let it be known that silence is compliance to the continuous violence. Ashe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Miriam. Thank you. Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Yes, ma'am. Next speaker.
Thank you.
Next
Madam
speaker.
Clerk, next speaker.
Yes, ma'am. Next speaker is Ms. Tatiana Portugal.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening.
Congratulations. It's really sad to see because, like everybody was saying, they have no reason that they have to come here and say this. And I find it very fake for the administration and you guys to feel like, you know what, yeah, we got something to do now because they've been doing this. They've been out there. You've been saying, and I appreciate everything that you put out there because you were the only one who really does it like that. And he's been saying it to all of you guys. Been saying it. So it's crazy to me that, again, the mayor's going to walk out and we're going to sit here and, you know, create the meeting, of course. Like, you know, we should have the, the civilian committee, complaint committee. But that should have, again, been done a while ago. This has happened multiple times. There should be no reason that it's not happening. And the reason that it is happening is because there's different agendas at the top. There is. And the sad truth is listen, politics is going to change. The power at the top is for all the wrong reasons. It's being used for the wrong reasons. It's going to change. Mayor, you walked out. Sadly, now you put it upon yourself. Your position's going to be taken. And I'm going to say that right here. You're getting recalled. I'm tired. I'm not spending another year with you in that position at all. And if I don't get if we don't get any of your support, then yeah, I'm sorry, you're just gonna look wrong as well. Because we need somebody new. It's not about, you know, like, I understand what he's trying to do, but I'm a part of a group on Facebook, and it's a hiking group of New Jersey places. And they were like, oh, I'm thinking of going to the falls. Like, you know, what's your opposition on it and things like that. And people were like, oh, it's beautiful, but it's super dirty. So it makes no sense to me that he works with the police department and then, you know, doesn't do things for the black community and protect people out there. I don't have to deal with that. I really don't. It's just crazy that it is a color thing, and he wants to get their votes and things like that, but doesn't actually take it into consideration when he got the position. He wants to create the falls and create people coming in, but they can't even walk downtown. Those garbage cans don't even have lids. You can't put garbage bags in it because when it rains, that's gonna overflow. He's working all on the outside for people on the outside. I'm taking your position away. I'm tired of it. There's no reason we all should be wasting our time here. We work full-time jobs. This is your job. I don't got time to meet with the DPW director. I don't got time to meet with who I got to meet with, because eventually you guys all leave at 5. I work till 6 days a week. I want to spend my Sundays enjoying myself. I want to go to the Paterson parks and chill. But no, it's not nice, and people don't go there because they also don't want to go there. It's a damn shame. I appreciate you so much because you've taught me so much. Things that I did not know before. The little things matter because they all lead up to the big things. Please add, I don't even know. I really don't even know. I just want to take up my time at this point because I'm so sad to see all these people. You created something. You guys created something. And you guys could do that too. It's about the culture that they created, and it's about the culture you guys could create. Thank you, and everybody have a great night and get home safe. Get home safe. We all deserve that.
Thank you very much, Tatiana. Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Yes, Madam President. Last but not least speaker is Ms. Myra Torres Arenas. Ms. Torres?
Good evening, council people. Congratulations, each and every one of you. My name is Myra Torres Arenas, and I live in Paterson. I was born in Puerto Rico, but I was raised in Paterson. I come from an island that's very diverse in color. We can go from extremely white to extremely dark, and I like dark chocolate. Okay? I like my chocolates in any color. I do not discriminate. That's one thing the people who know me, they know that. And people who know me very well know that I do not stand here and speak. But today, I want to speak. I've been canvassing for New Jersey for a month now, knocking at the doors in Paterson, Passaic, and Clifton. Yesterday, I had the opportunity to be in a part of Passaic that I've never seen. And to my dismay, I was saddened, and I spoke to my partner, and I said, why can't Paterson children be free like this? I saw these children with no parents. You know why? The streets were clean. It was a tight-knit community. Okay? They even had a cooler in the corner, and when they saw me sweating, they said, why don't you take water? We have water right there. And I'm like, whoa, you're not gonna see this in Paterson. We could, because I know there's people that care. We could, but there's also people here that do not care. Because the same people that we're asking, we want the street clean, we have other people in Paterson that do not respect this city. And we have to acknowledge that. We acknowledge the administration and their faults, but we also have to acknowledge our people, our community and their faults. So when I see someone who is throwing garbage, I will say, why? Why are you doing that? You're making my nature, my land, my city, my area dirty. You're making it look ugly. Do you think that I like to cross to Woodland Park and see the damn sign that says stigma free? What do they mean by stigma free? Because you're no longer West Paterson? Because you don't want Paterson? It hurts. I've been here 53 years. I know people who have died, killed by police officers, killed by other people, and we're still in the same place. I have children. I have a grandchild. And you know what I tell my daughter? If you need to leave Paterson, do so. I'll stay here. But I fear. I want my granddaughter to be as free as those children were in Passaic Park, that she can ride her bicycle and I don't have to think that someone is going to hurt her, or a car going at major speed. And I'm sorry, I'm taking a little bit more. I commend everyone that came here and spoke, and I respect that. But the first problem we have is that people, we see this board, you're all different. You're all different shades of color, and you're all different ethnicity. And guess what? When you go outside of Paterson, and you say you're Pattersonian, they look down on you. And we have to change the mentality of our neighboring cities. That's what we need to start. Because you're light, but guess what? You don't look American, right? You don't. So guess what? You're going to be discriminated. Everyone here, I'm going to be discriminated. Why? Because yo soy Latina. And I'm proud. And I will speak my Spanish wherever I go to the day I die. Let somebody tell me I cannot. We have a problem of ethnicity in the neighboring cities, and here too. Please, let's work together. Let's not insult each other. Let's work together. You can do it. Because let me tell you something. I learned this in church. When the head is sick, the rest of the body, okay, is weak. When the head is sick, the rest of the body cannot function. That's biblical. And that's life. Okay? So it's up to you to take charge and do what you have to do. I'm not asking you to do what you're not supposed to do. I'm asking you to do what you have to do. We all have children here. Okay? And guess what? I don't want to see my son. I don't want to be called and say your son is dead, killed, because someone, either a cop killed him or someone else, because the guns, outrageous. They overpower the police. They have better weapons than our police department has. Let's acknowledge that.
Sister.
So, I'm sorry. Thank you all, and God bless you all.
Move to close.
Move to close.
1 second.
Second.
1 second, council members. I want to thank everyone that came here today, and to that last speaker that has never taken the microphone, only in church. That is my oldest sister. I appreciate you being here today, and that was powerful today. Madam Clerk, there are no more speakers?
There's no more speakers.
I take a motion to close.
Move to close.
Second.
Move to close by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Jackson. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public portion.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call to close the public portion of the reorg meeting of July 1st. Councilman Abdelaziz.
I want to thank all the speakers that came today. One thing that is pretty evident to the business administrator, please relay this message to administration. One thing that the council has is the power of the contract coming in front of us for approval. Well, you see the paid administrative leave is not a state law. It is not the same law that throughout police departments. This is a contractual negotiated item. And I hope I get an update from the administration as to where we are with this contract. There hasn't been a contract that's come in front of me as a council person in the last 3 years. That is something I would like to update where we are, because I know that contract has expired and there should be negotiations, and that should be a chip that's on the negotiation table. Secondly, to the individual that came here to speak about cannabis, to our new council president, the cannabis issue needs to be on the agenda for our next workshop agenda immediately, or called for a meeting. The time is ticking. We don't have much time because we have to get it done by August 21st, and you need a first reading and a second reading. So, Mr. McDowell, I don't know if he's still here, they're asking for public hearings. There is public hearings. I'm asking that's on the next workshop. You can come let your voice be heard. That is why I'm going to be urging, let's do a wait and see approach, because we don't know the rules. We don't know what the state's given us. Right. But this is a discussion that needs to be on the next workshop agenda, because we don't have much time and we have to get 2 readings through. Yeah. So with that being said, my vote is yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Khan.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say to everyone that came out today,
especially to the Black Lives Matter organization. Thank you for coming out and expressing everything. Everything that was said was right on point. And I can say that, and I'm going to say to Kenya, I am so proud of you because you got your mom's genes. You're going to be an advocate for a lot of organizations. And I just want to say that. Black Lives Matter, you got a beautiful young lady that you brought in to help with the organization. I just want to say to you all out there, there's so many things that's been said. I see my Kenyatta Stewart back there. I've called him many times with different things that's going on in the city of Newark. And I know for a fact that Mayor Ras Barak is in Trenton trying to change some of those laws that's been on the books for so many years. I called Kenyatta about the Civilian Review Board. We got to get started with something. Once they can change some of them laws, then we can update our laws. But at least we're going to start, and I want to say to my council members, we're going to do it. It's not look, we're going to do. So there's so many things that we can do. I just want to say also, too, that we've got to get this on. We got to start talking about the cannabis, the marijuana. I just came back from the state of Nevada, and I happened to go to a dispensary just to see how it is. I went to a culture, the growing piece of it. And if we don't do what we need to do, if we go past our deadline, they can just come in here and do whatever they want to do. When I went to that dispensary, I could not walk in there. I showed my ID. So there's so many things that we got to make sure that we put in place, that every Tom, Dick, and Harry ain't gonna run up in the city of Paterson and gonna think they're gonna open up shop and they can do what they gotta do. So with that being said, to you all out there, thank you for coming out. There's so many things that, that contract, every last one of our contract expired in 2019. It is now 2021. And so, even though none of us council members can sit on the negotiation, I wish I could, because I was a union rep. I wish I could sit there and put down what I would like to see done. They got to start working on some of them items that's in there. And Councilman Jackson talked about things like past practice. You got to take some of that past practice out of them contracts, because they're really no good. And I can say that no matter what, and I'm going to say, we got to start going down to Trenton. Our community got to start going to Trenton. Our community got to start letting Trenton know we have a voice and we want you to hear from us. But when you don't show up somewhere, and Ms. Freeman can tell you, as much as we marched on Trenton for early childhood, as much as we marched on Trenton for all-day kindergarten, as much as we marched with Abbott District, and we demand, and Val, no, we went to the Supreme Court for the state of New Jersey, and when we walked in, they sat up. Because once they see you, we got to remember, we must be seen, and we got to be heard. So when they do budget hearings, even though Trenton is far away, but we must make it a point. We got to make it a point for them to see us. We got to make it a point. And I can say that to you, I commend all of you out there for taking the time, because you could have been doing something else, but you just taking the time. And I always say, I've been a volunteer nut all my life. I volunteer everything I can think of. So once you put that mindset that you not gonna sit home and wait for somebody to do something, you're gonna go out there and you're gonna demand it yourself. And once you keep demanding and keep demanding, I tell people sometimes, don't call me one time, because I can overlook it. I don't care if you call me 100 times, but at least you know now, you don't call me, I'm gonna pick up the phone, I'm gonna answer you, because sometimes all of us, our calls, our emails are so full, but it still say, I'm here for a reason. I'm here to represent you. I'm here for the city of Paterson. Both my children went through the public school system here. So I'm here, and I'm going to continue to be here, and I'm going to continue to fight. So thank you all for showing up. Thank you so much for doing what you did today. God bless you all. Madam Clerk, thank you, everyone. Sometimes I get emotional, and I feel like it. And you know, I was born back in the day in Bishopville, South Carolina. When, you know, back in the day then, in the 1950s, they lynch our kids. They lynch our people. They lynch them. I saw people hanging from the trees. I saw that as a kid. So I know what it feels like to be destroyed. I know what it feels like. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So first, let me just take my hat off to all you young people. I'm gonna stand up and give you praise. You know, that's proof, that's evidence that the torch is being passed. It's proof, it's evidence that in spite of a failing school district, we put out more than success. We put out fabulous, incredible. Young lady, I don't know your name, but you're going on my Facebook page. I'm gonna record every word you said tonight, and I'm gonna put it on my page. I hope you don't mind. I hope it goes viral. Kenya, let me tell you something, young lady. You knocked my socks off tonight. The other young lady right there as well, I'm gonna post you as well, and I hope you don't mind. But you are to be celebrated because we cannot lay down and allow people to treat us any type of way. And they feel as if we can't come forward and articulate our point in a manner in which is presentable or acceptable. And you tonight exemplified that they're absolutely wrong. Now, let me go back to doing what I do best, or what I attempt to do all the time, educate you. Because that's the whole thing. We can't move to a certain level if we're not educated on what's actually happening. Let me say a name to you, Griffin Washington. He's a former Paterson police officer who worked for this city for DPW for 6 years, and then for the Paterson Police Department for 25 years. Under his tenure there, he had not one blemish on his record. The administration forced him out because he acknowledged and recognized a rogue officer within the cell block that made a racially biased comment and said, "I will never take orders from a." So him, as a member of the Internal Affairs Division, launched an investigation. His superior officer said, "We're not doing that." And he tried to belittle him. He spoke down to him. Now let me tell you about Officer Washington. He lives in the city. I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, you're gonna have to pause that for a moment. He lives in the city. His daughter plays with my daughter. He was in McDonald's drive-thru one year when a man pulled up to a business on Broadway with a firearm and took shots at his own children and tried to kill his own children and his wife. His wife, understanding the situation, ran across the street, running across McDonald's drive-thru parking lot where Officer Griffin was off duty with his 5-year-old son. He then took action because he lives in our community. He took out his gun and he went to work, forgetting his son was in the car. Went back, said, "Son, go on the ground." He's hearing the shots ring off. Go on the floor of the car, stay there. He went out there and took on the assailant and took his life before he took the life of his wife and before he took the life of his children. He was not properly recognized. He refused to take the acknowledgement that they gave him years later because they didn't want to properly recognize him. And then what did this administration do? And this council, I begged the council, we cannot allow this person to be forced out. They forced him out. But this other cop, 4 blemishes, in which one time we paid out $600,000 and he still remained in the department.
Councilman
I'm sorry,
Jackson.
Council President, just bear with me one moment. I'm sorry. Body cameras. We approved body cameras 2.5 years ago before they forced out the former chief who was working to clean up this department. Those body cameras was worked on by myself and the former chief.
Yes.
It wasn't until recently, this council approved it, it wasn't until recently that they was fully instituted. They spent years before they let one out and only put 25 on the road. These are facts. This is not stuff that's being made up. I'm sorry, I'm gonna wrap it.
Councilman Jackson, you're gonna have an opportunity.
Yeah, but I don't want, people are waiting. So, lastly, we wrote the legislation for the Civilian Review Board. It was written 2.5 years ago. The then Corporation Council paused it, saying that we have no grounds because of the state legislation that was in place, and we were waiting to see how things turned up in Newark, Brother Stewart. So I'm definitely, first of all, I wrote the legislation because those two brothers came here to my office. We sat and we talked about it. It was my first time understanding what the situation was, and as requested, we moved on it, and this council was eager to move forward, and we're still looking to do that. It must be put in place. And that MOU that you're describing, whatever the language is, we will mimic it, copy it. It is not up to the administration. It's up to this body to legislate these laws in place. So again, let me commend you guys, and let me urge you, because I ask you, I beg of you, do not allow certain things to go unanswered. These 3 individuals that's on that list, Paterson, born and raised, I refuse to say their name because it violates some other issues, but you all know who they are. They with us all the time in our communities. You know who they are. So the fact that they were willing to overlook them and overstep them is a blatant disrespect to all of us in our community, because these jobs are constantly being given away. Go look at the academies that come in, and they're saying we just can't qualify. Everybody that gave testimony tonight shows that that's incorrect. We are more than capable, overqualified, but overlooked. I'm sorry, Madam Clerk. My vote is yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk, Brother Selly, and to all the members of the Black Lives Matter. Thank you so very much for what you guys did tonight. Thank you. I'm so excited and full of, I'm very emotional with all the testimony for all the young members of the Black Lives Matter. I will check that video, and like Councilman Jackson say, I definitely gonna go back because your statement was so powerful. I believe in action. Action always speaks louder than word. And Brother Zelli, I just want to thank you for the Zoom meeting that we have. We have a great conversation, and I'm in full support of the Civilian Review Board. We need to bring check and balance into the police department, and it's horrible. This attack from this officer put a really bad reputation in all the police department. We have a lot of good police officers, and we have bad apple in the police department. But you know what? Something that needs to be done, the administration, they could do this immediately, is that the internal affairs department have to be out of the police headquarters, have to be out 111 Broadway. Why? When the police officer, do something wrong to any member of the community, in order for you to put a complaint on that police officer, you got to go to the headquarters. You got to see the face of the same police officer that abused you in the street. And he's the one that's going to take your report. He's the one that you're going to see there. How are you going to make a complaint against a police officer? I demand in the administration, this is a formal request, Madam BA, that we move the Internal Affairs Department to the library on Broadway or to the 4th floor of City Hall, to make sure that when any resident of the city of Paterson feel threat or feel untreatment through any police officer, they have the right to go and put a complaint and not be afraid to see the police officer face at the 111 Broadway. And that's something that the administration could take action immediately, because one of the problems that we have in the city is that we have a lot of bad police officers there, or some of them, and the problem is that they do all those, they break their own law, but people are afraid to complain because they have no way. Where are they going to go? To 111 Broadway? They're going to see the same police officer there. So that's something that we could make progress. And like I say, I'm in full support of this Civilian Review Board, and just keep fighting, because the power is in the people. That's where the power is. You elect us to be sitting here. And I just want to say this. Today, it's very sad what the mayor did tonight. It's very, very sad. This governing body, this chamber, it was full of people. It's still full. And he left. And I just want to mention, the police brutality, the homeless situation, the drug addict situation that we have in the city, garbage in our community, the lack of services, the shooting and the violence in our community. And he just decided to leave the room. And he's the mayor of this city. Let me just tell you, the first responsibility from the mayor is to check the day-to-day operation of the city. He's responsible to overlook all those departments and hold those department heads accountable for the job that they're supposed to do. And he preferred decide to walk away, just to walk away. It's really sad. We just got to keep fighting. I'm in full support of my community, and I'm with you because you know what? Our black and brown kids, they're being killed in that community. They're being killed in the street, and that has to stop. But if we don't take action collectively, it's not going to stop. Next week, we're going to see another incident, and people are afraid to complain because they have nowhere to go. That's the reality.
Thank you, Councilman Alex Mendez.
Thank you so very much. With that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Mims?
And so to all of our speakers on tonight, first of all, let me thank Zellie Thomas for founding the Black Lives Matter Paterson, extending out during the summer camp, bringing our youth in. As a mom of 4 kids, daughter, 3 sons, and then 2 grandkids, every time an incident happens in our community, it brings me to tears. I've sent emails, I make phone calls. I even said it at this desk a couple weeks ago. I banged on the desk to the mayor. Say something. Our black and brown community is being impacted. Show up. Go to the funerals. Make a phone call, let people know you care. While we were sitting here, my phone was going off because there was another shooting in Paterson. While we were sitting here. Earlier today, another one. Yesterday, another, like it's every day. And every time we get the report, the black and brown community. But there's silence. I commend every speaker, but one Kenyatta, I have to say to you, you hit it home. This council has been saying it, some trying to be as professional as we can about it, but to some, it's been egregious. Because as an African-American female, it is just totally unacceptable. It's unacceptable what's happening to our community. You can't drive by, go in a store, you can't sit in a park. There's so many issues in our community that are heavily impacting. Everyone lives here, but it's almost like a blind eye is being taken to what's impacting the black and brown community. There's a hush. And we know that Martin Luther King said silence is betrayal. And when people are silent concerning the things that matter to your community, you need to silence your vote. You need to silence your vote because there's an election coming. And you need to make sure no more cha-cha slides, no more coming to our barbecues, because when we needed you, when our family members were shot, our family members were killed, you didn't come to the funeral. You didn't bring a case of water. You didn't give a card. You didn't do anything. A month ago, I was sitting in a meeting, and I'm saying it on record. I got up because in my spirit, I said to the mayor, I will never compromise my principle to make you look good when you're not doing what's right by the black and brown community. I told him that. And I said, Councilwoman Davila will be the president. I said that. The chief of staff was in there a month ago because there should be no more compromise. Who's gonna be next? Our grandmother? Our auntie, our uncle, our baby, us? When someone is silent concerning the DPW workers making little to no wages, but when there's filth because people want to throw big bags out of their car windows of McDonald's, or homeless that are not being taken care of or doing feces and mattress, and they're building little hotel settings, and DPW has to clean it up, they don't really get the pay they deserve. I presented to the administration a competitive pay analysis to show them how 400 plus employees of this employee base makes less than $20 an hour. Some of them have been working for the city for over 25 years. They didn't budge, but yet they keep bringing in people for $70,000, $80,000, $100,000. It's like the family and friends plan. But the employees that work here, they get peanuts. while everyone else gets the gallery. I'm glad for this is a new day in Paterson.
Yes, it is.
I'm really glad for this reorganization. I was looking forward to it because for me, it allowed me to make my decision on what needs to be done for Paterson. Yes. Paterson needs a fresh start. It needs new leadership. And I have to commend, and I'm closing, Council President.
Thank you.
I've known your sister for years. And in church, I've seen the fire. But tonight, to hear you say what you said,
yes,
the fire was brought to this room. And Ms. Wahida, please curse for me, because I don't. Because there are times my girlfriend says to me, and I close, Mims, when you can't curse, just spell it. Because that's how bad, under this administration, this city has gotten. It's time for change. And let me tell you something, I will be on front line to make sure that change happens. Thank you, Madam Clerk. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome, sir.
Mr. Ernest Rocker, at the beginning of his speech, or in the middle, he stated this word. If the men and women of the uniform are doing it right, he gotta stand with them. You gotta stand with them. We gotta stand with them. And when one bad apple is doing it wrong, we're not gonna back him up. We gotta come with full force. I wanna tell Mr. Ernest Rocker that he has the entire council support. Black Lives Matters had the entire council support. While every speaker, and if you saw me throwing pictures, is because I was sending the picture to Thomas Selly. That's the good memories here. Don't think I was hanging on one. But, you know, when the youth was speaking, something came up in my mind, and I want to request it to the council president. We don't sit in negotiation with any unions here. We're not allowed to do that. That's the administration and the union. So I'm going to request the council president, under her presidency, to create a union labor committee. Union labor committee from the council. The same way the director of DPW comes and report to us, the same way any department comes and report to us, the same way that you created a legal committee, we need to create a union labor committee that those labor president comes to the council committee and expose or explain what they're doing. So we could tell them what the community wants. And then we could make it accountable, and then we could make the administration accountable, because at the end of the road, they're gonna come to us to approve their contract. And we don't know what is in it. So creating this union labor committee, it will help us to understand what they're doing and making sure they are accountable and fiscal responsible. You know, Kenyatta Stewart is here. My brother, you know where my heart is, Madam Clerk, just give me a few minutes, Council President. You know, thank you for serving what happened today. And I don't know if you noticed in my speech or my statement when he was sitting there, that the community was here, that I hope the administration is not patching the situation. And you know what he did? He walks away. He put less than a patch. He opened more the wounds of a community. I spoke to Tomaselli yesterday, I believe it was, because it was a shame that they do press conference, we don't know. And this came up to me. Proverbs 20:29. The glory of the youth is their strength. And the beauty of an old man is the gray hair. Our youth want to see that beauty in the gray hair of them. Administration, we don't want to bury another kid. We don't want to go through the same situation was going on national, and Paterson is picking up that. So we had to put a stop on that. Last but not least, administration, Black Lives Matters, through donations paint a nice, beautiful Black Lives Matters mural. I demand this administration to repaint with sky that Black Lives Matters. Let's keep on the good work. We stand on your side. I'm not gonna get up if I'm gonna sit down afterwards. I wanna make sure that when I say I'll be backing you guys up, you see me in the front line with you guys. God bless you all, and let's move forward. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you to my colleagues.
I'm sorry, Madam President. The Councilman said
Oh,
yes.
my vote is yes.
Thank you, Madam President.
My apologies.
okay.
Thank you. I think a lot has been said today, so I don't need to reiterate or speak on what everyone just said. I think that you all are seeing today the change that is coming. You all have seen the change. Help us make it right. We are here to work together. And I think today is a new day in Paterson. So with that said, Madam Clerk, I look forward, by the way, okay, my open door policy, I work at Passaic County Community College Monday through Thursday. I'm there full-time. My office here, my assistant Phyllis, you can call, messages, I return all my calls back, maybe not instantly, but definitely will get back to anyone that needs my assistance. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you,
to
Madam
close the
President. Thank you.
public portion.
Yes, ma'am. The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. The public portion of the reorg meeting is hereby closed.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So council members, if I may, and if I may, Phyllis, can we please have the rest of the council members come in? Please bear with us, you know, we've been here, some of us came directly from work, and when you see us get up, some of us have to, you know, take a break. But I think that, you know, this agenda is going to go smoothly. We have a few appointments today to our Board of Adjustment that I'm looking forward to voting on. So let us be brief.
Brief.
Council President?
I'm sorry. Madam BA, yes.
Thank you, Council President. I know that before a lot of our public has left, I wanted to address 2 points as part of this. And I wanted to make sure in particular that I wanted all of our speakers to know that we're not just listening, but we're hearing. And in particular about the process that has happened with Spencer Finch in particular, I think it's important to recognize that not always are there very public moments that you know of what's happening, but there are things going on behind the scene. And your voices help expedite those things because processes do, you know, sometimes take too long. And I think everybody agrees with that. And that the pressure of the community and the support of the community helps us make the case that things need to move faster. And I think this administration acted in an unprecedented manner right from the start. And we will continue to do that, and with your support and the support of the community. I did want to address the issue of promotions because it has come up a few times. And I want to clarify that it is an administrative function that has oversight by the Department of Community Affairs. We are only allowed, the City of Paterson is only allowed to promote in a similar capacity to the number of academy graduates that come out of the police academy. We are currently about 20-something officers short of our full TO, and so the Department of Community Affairs is only allowing for certain promotions, not the full complement of all the promotions that are available. So that is, it has absolutely nothing to do with who is on the list. In fact, you know, when these conversations are being had, there is no discussion of officers at all. It is really just being held proportional to the numbers. We can't have a completely top-heavy department when there are still patrol officer slots not filled. So as we continue to graduate more members of the academy, including there's a large class going in for July, then we'll be able to continue to have more promotions, and everyone on the list will be continue to be promoted in that manner. But I just wanted to clarify there is absolutely nothing that the administration is doing to stop Paterson, born and raised, members on that list from being promoted. Thank you, Council
Thank you very much, Madam Bay, but I will say this, and there's no rebuttal here. I'm going to say this to you. The previous BA that we had there, she used to fight with DCA. Okay, so can I tell you something? I don't want to hear it anymore, and I know that I've said this to you. I want to be nice. I've said to you, don't mention and put everything on DCA because you sit down with them. You don't allow the other individuals to sit down and have discussions as well. Let's leave it right there.
Council
Let us leave it
President, but I
right
think
there.
it's- I
You
think it's
guys all
fair to
heard it
say
right here.
we
It is
are
on
fighting for
TV right
Paterson.
now.
We
We're
are
going to
fighting
go
for
ahead and we're
Paterson,
going to
Council President.
proceed, Madam Clerk,
We are.
with our agenda. Council members, this is the way we're going to do it, because there are various appointments here today, so I am going to take those, I'm sorry, Madam Clerk,
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
going to take appointments first, okay? And I'm going to do it in this, if you may, I know that we have an agenda, and I know that 1, 2, and 3 are very quick. 4 as well, because those are just our meeting dates, okay? But we have various members that have been sitting here for almost 4 hours. So we're going to proceed.
Begin with number 5.
We are going to begin.
Number 5.
No. I'm going to
Number
do the
5.
people that are sitting here, and then, yeah, we're going to do that.
Let's just
We're
do it
going
in
to do
order.
number, no. We're going to do number 8, number 9. And Madam Clerk, it is at the request of various of our council members that number 10, that we have not had any discussion, I am removing that from this agenda, okay? We're going to be putting it in our next workshop.
Removing what item?
So we begin with
Number
8.
10, I'm going to be removing various things right now, okay? We're just going to do the appointments and the Madam Clerk's, I think it's number 1 through 5. Various council members approached me and say that,
Is there a deadline for the
Corporation
audit?
Council, what do you mean?
Councilwoman,
Oh, okay, I thought you were saying I can't hear you.
Madam President,
Oh, I know, but you can't hear me, or
Are we?
you cannot hear me or the councilman?
Madam President,
Okay, so Corporation Council, various council members said to me that there were various items added that we knew nothing about and that came up on this agenda. So they asked if we can remove it for a workshop,
Madam,
and I'm specifically saying item number 10.
There's a deadline on it.
can I?
Okay, Councilman.
So I thought we couldn't remove it from the agenda. It's on the agenda right now. This was discussed previously. This is the sale, this is the outcome of the auction that took place that we already discussed. This property went up for sale. I believe all we're doing is voting on the outcome. Am I correct?
I know, but I
Council
wanted to
President.
have a
Council
discussion.
President.
So I need
Council
you to
President.
understand.
One second. Corporation Council, and then I'm going to allow.
Yeah, go ahead.
Very
Velez.
briefly, good evening.
Good evening.
First of all, congratulations, Madam
Thank you.
Council President and
Thank
Mr. Vice President.
Thank you.
Regarding number 10, I just needed to be clear that the contract has already been signed by the buyer.
Okay.
If you do not give the mayor the authority to sign for the city, the 45-day period within which they must close will not start. Meaning, of course, it is entirely the prerogative of the council, but if you do wait a week or 2 weeks or 3, then the 45 days don't start. It pushes the amount of time that the city will eventually realize the 7.6 million. You need to understand that.
Council President.
Okay, Corporation Council, I'm fully aware of that.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I wasn't sure if
one
you or your
second,
colleagues
please.
were.
Madam Clerk, when is our workshop?
July 13th, after we adopt this, we adopt the resolution, and I have to have it in the paper at least 7 days before I can conduct another meeting. So when I schedule the date, it's for July 13th would be the next workshop.
Okay.
Once we adopt the
Council-
resolution.
Council President.
One second, Councilman Velez.
Yeah, so looking at the item here, and I believe today's agenda was published, right?
Council President.
Correct? And this item was not published, and it was not voted in the agenda?
No, that's not, Councilman Velez, if I may, Councilman Rivera, 1 second. If I may,
exiting president had a discussion with Madam Clerk and added certain items. That is allowed. The only thing I did not know, because I did not have it, I had the others, item number 10, I did not know till today. That's
correct.
all I'm saying. So
Okay.
that is all I'm saying, and I want to have a discussion.
So, okay.
So if you guys can maybe entertain me to, next week sometime, I'll call a special meeting and we could just discuss it. I want to have a discussion. I haven't had the opportunity to read the resolution, who's purchasing it. I got a phone call last night from our economic development director saying, oh, I just want to let you know that this happened, without any details.
Okay.
This is not the way we should be doing business, and I do not want to do
Council
business this
President?
way.
Council President had the floor.
So Councilman Mendez and Councilman Abdulaziz.
No, I had the floor. I haven't
No,
finished.
my apologies. Can you?
Madam President, if I may, Councilman, I'm sorry. Can I just explain something? Let me explain to Councilman Velez.
Yes.
What he's trying to say, that these items were published as a special meeting. It's not. July 1st, that we're having today, was already adopted last year on the old annual meeting notice.
Correct.
So we were able to add any item to this agenda.
Okay.
So tonight, we will be adopting July 1st for next year on this workshop. Next resolution. So I just wanted to clarify
Yes,
that.
no,
That's what he was
duly noted and clarified.
So he was
Sure.
Councilman Mendez and Councilman Abdulaziz.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And as you all know, my colleagues, Leader Dye is right on Madison, 3rd Avenue. As a councilman of the 3rd Ward, I'm definitely, this is a top priority for me for all the Riverside section, because whatever we'll build and whoever purchases this piece of property, that's going to impact on a positive way or in a negative way the whole Riverside section, Madam President. I would like to know if we move, because I definitely understand that we don't have more information. I feel the same way you feel it. The Director of Economic Development approached me, and I hear from a third party that a charter school purchased Little Die for $7.6 million, which is, in my case, for me, I'm excited about that, because I've been loving and having conversation with the superintendent, because they used to own that piece of property. I have a conversation with Madam BA about the Board of Education in the city to sit down to try to build a school on that section, because the only school that we have on the Riverside section is a School 18, and it's way overcrowded. That building is over 100 years old, and the capacity for a School 18 is 800 students. We have around 1,300 students, and we don't have the trailer anymore. So we cannot build apartment there, because where those children are going to go in terms of the school. So if you live on Riverside section right now, you have to take your kid to other school across town, because we don't have any school around there. So I would like to know about the time window that we have to make sure that we're going to be able to have a conversation, Corporation Council, and that this is not going to be affected. Because I know we have the Director of Economic Development. If Madam President, it's okay if we have to entertain the conversation now, but I really want to hear this, because this is very important. And knowing that we're going to have a charter school on the Riverside section, I'm definitely open to make sure that we don't affect the deadline and have the conversation and get all the knowledge that we need before we vote.
Thank you very much. Councilman Abdulaziz.
All right, Council President, so I'm not going to discuss the item. I'm just going to discuss the procedure and protocol, because if we're going to have further discussion on the item, there should be a motion and a second, and we can have a discussion open up to the public. The statement that you made is that you're going to remove this off the agenda.
No, I said I wanted to move it to our workshop.
Okay, so the question for Corporation Council, I think if you're going to move it, you would move to table it, because it is on the agenda. And then if that's the case, we could have that discussion to move to table, but it's on the agenda. There's two actions that could happen. We could see it, motion in a second to discuss it, motion second to move it. So that's,
Okay.
let's figure out what we
Thank you
want.
for the clarification.
Madam
Thank you very
President?
much. Councilman Kalik?
Yes, I need more, personally, I need more information on this item. What's the plan for this entity? They are buying this property. School, great, but I would like to hear from our director what's going on. But tonight is not the time. So I motion to table this item.
Second.
Before,
Second to table.
Till next meeting. It's not an emergency that we have to vote on it tonight, is it?
Okay.
Second to table.
I don't believe so.
One second,
Thank
council
you.
members. There's a motion on the floor. Thank you very much, Councilman Abdelaziz, for your clarification.
Madam President?
There's a motion, Madam Clerk.
If I may, I
Yeah.
did not read the item into the agenda. It
Okay,
was
so
just-
with that said,
it's
with
not
that
on the
said,
floor.
okay, we are going to end this discussion right now. I will revisit that quickly. I will.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, we're taking item 8 and 9?
Yes. Are we taking them separately, correct?
Yes, 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 yes. I'm
Okay.
just saying in that order.
Next item in the agenda is item number 8, a resolution appointing Osvaldo Vega to the Paterson Board of Adjustment, appointed by Councilman Mendez. City Council Resolution 21365.
Second.
So move.
Second.
I'm sorry.
discussion?
Is this to add on to the agenda?
Yeah, it's an add-on.
No.
No, it's not.
No.
No, 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 no.
It's on the agenda.
This is
Oh,
on
just
the
a separate
agenda.
page.
It's on the
Discussion?
agenda.
I just want a discussion.
I'm sorry?
I just want a discussion.
Okay, one second. Councilman Mendez moved it, and second
Second.
by
Velez.
Velez and Councilman Kalik. Discussion.
Okay, thank you. I know this, I mean, I'm not questioning Councilman Mendez or Councilman Flavio's Rivera's appointment. My question is, and I'm going by my past experience of putting members on the Board of Adjustment on what I had to go through before my appointment was made permanent. And I just want to make sure, legal really never answered me a year ago on the guidelines on how they become from alternate to permanent. And that's all my question
Okay.
was. You know, when was it resolved? Because they never gave me an answer. Okay, I never got it. I just want to make sure, not questioning your appointment, but I know I waited almost 4 years before my appointment was made permanent. They stayed alternate for 4 years before they were able to be made permanent.
Correct.
So I just need the procedure. to
I do know that
everybody
the
to follow.
at-large they're, I don't want to say the word
They fall
automatic,
directly
but,
to-
but they're not alternates, but we'll have a further
Right.
discussion on that. Madam Clerk, roll call
Madam
on item number
President.
8.
Madam President, the notes are taken, so we'll make sure it's in the request and go to legal, so they
Okay.
can give an
Thank you.
answer. Yeah, okay. Continue with roll call? Madam President?
Yes,
Yeah.
item
Roll
number
call-
8 for approval.
Number 8, roll call on item number 8 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz?
This is a very important board. I wish you best of luck.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
him.
And this is a board that watches the entire city to make sure we conform. So good luck, and my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Khan?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say, I said to him, beginning of the meeting, I said, who is Mr. Vega?
He's sitting
You did
right.
not tell me. So I just want to say, welcome aboard of working with the city and being on the board. I just want to say welcome. Councilman Mendez, I know you made a great choice. I know he made a great choice. So with that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Kalik?
Second one, resident. Congratulations, Mr. Vega. And I know you will do a great job at Board of Adjustment. I know you all about construction. So good luck. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and I just want to say that for me it's a great privilege to have the opportunity to appoint Mr. Vega to this important board, the Board of Adjustment, one of the most important boards that need to be fully functioning in the city of Paterson, and I know you're going to do an outstanding job. So once again, congratulations, and I look forward to work with you hand in hand. Thank you. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman
you.
Mims?
So I saw your attentiveness all night, so I know that you'll be the same way on that board as you serve alongside of my appointees. So I'm looking forward to watching and seeing you in action. Congratulations, Commissioner. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Rivera?
Oscar, we don't know him by Oscar. You're going to be great on this board. You're going to bring a lot to the table, given that you work in the construction field. Welcome, and I'm 100% behind you. Congratulations.
Councilman Rivera? Oh, you did? I'm sorry, I didn't hear. Sorry. Councilman Velez?
Osvaldo Oscar Vega, I know him about 29 years. already. His resume speak by itself, operational manager, financial officer, facility manager. So, yes, I know him 28, 29 years, since it was a little skinny guy like this. But he has the background in all those fields that is important to move all those projects. You know, sitting people on the board with experience in the field is important. You know, we going up, we cannot go sides. So hopefully you sit in the side of the progressive Paterson and making sure that your job will speak by itself. My congratulations again, Commissioner. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Jackson, we're voting on item number 8. It's an appointment for Osvaldo Vega to the Paterson Board of
Yes.
Adjustment. Okay, thank you. Madam President,
I love what Councilman Velez just said. This city is not getting any bigger, right? We're 8.1 square miles, right? Yeah. We're going up. And I have to really commend you for choosing the experience that hopefully will be coming, and I'm not speaking on the others, I'm just saying his expertise in his area, okay, in construction and engineering and so forth. So I congratulate you. I'm not saying welcome to Paterson, because you are from Paterson, all right? My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
thank you. The vote is 9 in favor, none against. Item number 8 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 9.
Yes, ma'am. Next item is item number 9, resolution appointing Hector Barrales to the Paterson Board of Adjustment, appointed by Councilman Rivera. City Council Resolution 21360.
Second.
6 ward.
Moved by Councilman Rivera, second by Councilman Velez, Abdelaziz, and Mendez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 9 for approval.
Yes. Roll call on item number 9 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
So it's a great pleasure to support this gentleman. He is a 6th Ward resident for many, many years, probably longer than I've been born. And he's going to do a great job. I've known him for many years now. I know his passion for the city is second to none. He takes it very, very serious. He watches our meetings. He watches what goes on in the city, and this is what that board needs. And I'm happy to have another 6th Ward resident on this board, Councilman Rivera. Great choice, because he's going to do great things on there. Councilman Jackson, a great constituent from the great 6th Ward. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Which one is Hector? Oh, there go Hector. All right, Hector.
And well-dressed, as you...
I know.
Well-dressed, that's
And that's your baby girl next to you?
Dr. Barral.
That's the baby girl, right? Okay, I want to say congratulations. And I said to my councilman sitting next to me again, where is he at in the audience? And he still didn't point him out to me, but I want to say congratulations. Fine choice, Councilman. Fine choice, Councilman Rivera, for being on the Board of Adjustment. You have a big role ahead of you, so I know with you two coming on, things are going to get done. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before my vote, I just want to say that it's definitely a great pleasure to vote in support of Mr. Hector Barral to be one of our commissioners of the Board of Adjustment. Well educated, so knowledgeable. It's always a pleasure to have a conversation with you and your daughter as well, Dr. Barral. So with a great honor, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Mims.
And so, Mr. Barral, I call your daughter Superwoman. So obviously she came from a Superman. So thank you for always being so cordial and pleasant and receptive. I know you're going to do an amazing job. You're a great appointment. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Rivera.
So it is a pleasure. You are a resident of the city of Paterson for over 35 years, 45 years as a businessman. You want to bring your professionalism to the board, and I'm sure you're going to make the right decisions to make sure that the city moves in the right direction. I'm proud to support you, and I think this is my first appointment to any of the boards. So my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez.
Mr. Barad, I would think that your daughter is Wonder Woman, and it's what your education reflects on her, and everything that you have done for your family, for 35 years in Paterson. I'm not going to say how many years I know your family, okay? But we know each other way, way back, way back. So, you know, your academic highlights, you know, graduated from university, your background speak by itself. I think that the councilmen are choosing the right person for the right commission. So feel proud and make us proud. And thank you. And the same, and he has a lot of keys of a competence, and that's a good thing. So saying that, welcome to Commissioner Barat. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Madam President.
You know, there's one thing, you know, as council president, you vote last, and, you know, you have little notes, and, you know, Councilwoman Mims, you know, she just took it away from me. And then it ended with Councilman Velez. But I want to just say this to you. I know that your daughter, and she said this to me personally, but I know that she says it, you know, she is Dr. Barat because of you and her mother. And that says a lot. That says a lot about both of your children. And I definitely, everything, all the sentiments that were said here today, I know that you will be bringing that level of experience as well. I think we're going to have a good team. Finally, we're going to have a solid team. We have two others also that are coming back that have been there. So I look forward to working with you as well. Any questions? Again, phone open door policy. Madam Clerk, it gives me great pleasure to vote for Commissioner Barat. My vote is yes.
Thank you. The vote is 9 in favor, none against. Item number 9 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We will now go to item number 5,
Yes.
6, 5 and 6.
5 and 6. Next item is item number 5, resolution reappointing Trinace Barbie Watkins to the Paterson Board of Adjustment, appointed by Dr. Mims. City Council Resolution 21362.
Second.
So moved.
Yeah, okay.
Move by Councilwoman
Second,
Mims, second by Councilwoman Cotton, Mendez, and Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, for item number 5.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call on item number 5 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Commissioner Watkins have been doing a great job. I'm glad that she's being reappointed. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say to Trinace Barbie Watkins, she has been doing a fine job on the board. Councilwoman, reappointing her, very well choice, and I just want to say congratulations, Commissioner. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Congratulations to the commissioner on his reappointment. My vote is yes.
Councilman Mims.
It's a she, and this is one of your constituents.
I'm all about commissioner, I'm sorry.
I want to say, when we
Flying.
came to the council, I thank this council, I was able to appoint Trinace Barbie Watkins. One of the things that I really love about what she's done on the board is the fact that she does her research. She goes to the property, she asks the right questions, she's very diligent. But one of the things I also love was her patience, because she was an alternate, and there was an issue with her being moved up, and she waited. She didn't get upset about it, and it took a while, and so she was not able to vote, but she was there, and she made good commentary and did so many great things. And so when it came time for reappointment, it was a no-brainer. If she could do that work on the sideline, if she can ask those pointed questions, if she could work alongside and challenge the process the way she has done to make sure that we do our due diligence and all of our voting, she definitely deserves to be appointed for 4 more years on this board. Trinace Barbie, you know, I do my homework and appointments to make sure that we put the right people on these boards. Thank you for your service to the city. Thank you for accepting the reappointment. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Rivera.
So Councilwoman Mims have done her homework following her tenure there in the board. So based on what you just stated, Councilwoman, My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
Trinice Barbie, I know her, she used to be the post office employee in 21st Avenue. She used to take care of my mail, also used me for translation in the post office. She could do a great job. She had delivered a lot of mails. I think she could have delivered a good decision in this board. Keep in mind that this is the diverse city, that we want to see the city moving forward and everybody treated fairness in this board. So I know they're going to do that job like always, so my vote is yes.
Thank you. Madam President?
My vote is yes.
The vote is 9 in favor, none against. Item number 5 is hereby adopted. Number 6?
Thank you very much. Item number 6.
Yes, ma'am. Next item is item number 6, resolution reappointing Gerald Paterson to the Paterson Board of Adjustment, appointed by Councilman Jackson. City Council Resolution 21363.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Jackson, second by Councilman Velez, Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 6 for approval.
Roll call on item number 6 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Keep up the great work, Chairman Thaxton. My vote is yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say to Gerald Thaxton, Chairman of the Paterson Board of Adjustment, I've known him for many years. He's been doing an outstanding job, Councilman Jackson, and reappointing him is a great choice. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Congratulations to the commissioner on his reappointment. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mims.
When it's not broken, you don't need to fix it. Chairman Thaxton, you have been outstanding. We can't just say you're doing an okay job, a good job. You've been outstanding to challenge, to ensure, to protect, and to hold accountable. Chairman Thaxton, thank you for all you have done throughout the years, your wisdom and your guidance. You definitely deserve this reappointment. My vote for you will always be yes. Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Velez.
Commissioner General Thaxton, I've been in this meeting before. I know how his leadership is. I know how he conducts himself. The important thing, the highlights on him is that when the community or objectors come in, he listens to them and making sure that the community is protected in any kind of this project. So I commend him for his work, Mr. Chairman. So and Commissioner, my vote is yes.
Madam President.
My vote is yes.
The vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. Item number 6 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4.
7.
You're number 7.
Yes, Madam President.
No. Because the constable's not here. That's right, Councilman Jackson. Is that all right?
He's
No.
number
We're doing
1.
1, 2, 3, and 4. Council members, please. Council members, there really should not be any discussion. I hope there isn't. I think this is our annual meetings, our calendar, all right? Yes, we're going to do that. Okay. Madam Clerk, 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Yes, Madam President. Next item is item number 1, resolution to ratify amendment of the Municipal Council's 2020 to 2021 annual meeting notice to eliminate the June 30th closeout meeting and move the July 1st reorganization meeting from 12 noon to 5:30 p.m. City Council Resolution 21358.
Move it.
She got to read all 4 of them.
No.
No, it's one individually. Man.
No,
Second.
we voting in all
Second.
together.
No.
Council members. Moved by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilman Kalik. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 1.
Roll call on item number 1 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Rivera.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Madam President.
Yes.
The vote is 9 in favor, none against. Item number 1 is hereby adopted.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, item number 2.
Yes, ma'am. Next item is item number 2, resolution adopting the annual notice of meetings under the Sunshine Law. City Council Resolution 21359.
Move it.
Council President.
Moved by Councilman Abdelaziz, second by Councilwoman,
Velez.
Councilwoman Cotton. Who seconded? Councilman Velez.
Council President.
Discussion?
Yes, just simple. This is the first time I see this one here. Budgetary year meeting. And that's new?
I'm sorry?
The budgetary year meeting. On the calendar, it says January 4th.
This is just so she's able to advertise.
I know, but do we have to be in that meeting?
Yes, Councilman.
Well, that's new.
Okay.
Okay. What we will talk about there?
Okay.
The budget?
Madam Clerk?
Yes, Madam
Roll call.
President. Roll call. Okay. You get it? Okay. Roll call on item number 2 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. To my council colleagues, I want to give you guys something to think about while this item's in front of you. I heard today that many times we say, why do our meetings go till 1 in the morning, 1:30 in the morning? So I said, let me do some research to the other larger cities that we have in the state. So I think our every Tuesday meetings may be not conducive, may not be efficient. I know this is what's in front of us. If you look at the city of Newark, they only meet 2 Wednesdays. They put a lot more discussion on their committees. And in Jersey City, I called my colleague in Jersey City and I said, what do their council do? They meet 4 times a month, but they meet on a workshop on a Monday, discuss everything, and then they meet again on that same Wednesday and vote after the discussion. Instead of us doing it, every Tuesday we discuss, then we come back the next Tuesday, discuss the same thing, and discuss the same thing. I just want you guys to start thinking about that. I like the Jersey City model. The twice a week, then they have a week off. It allows the administration to work. It allows you to bring some ordinances and gives them time to work on things. And then you discuss, have a day, and then you vote the next day. And it allows Madam Clerk not to worry every single week or whatever it is. But just a thought that we should discuss. This is my time during my roll call, Councilman Velez. So my vote is yes. Thank you.
Come on, council members, please.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yeah, the only problem with that is that some of those cities meet during the day. They don't meet at 7 o'clock at night. They meet 10 o'clock in the morning, 11 o'clock in the morning. It would be an excellent idea, but if all our council members could do that, that would be fine. That we could alternate.
Okay.
Anyhow, some of our council members can't meet during the day because they all have a job. Some, not everybody, but Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Well, Councilwoman Cotton, that's because both cities that he's referring to, the council positions are full-time positions, in which all of those, in fact, in Newark, they have 4 aides for each council member. Not only that,
5.
but 5?
5 aides.
Okay, 5. So not only that, but this administration needs as much oversight as it possibly can get. We leave for 2 weeks and come back without having a meeting. The city may not even be here no more. Like, that's crazy. Nah, it's a terrible idea. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Kalik.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. My vote is yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mims.
We won't have a
Councilman Jackson, your facial expressions were hilarious tonight. My vote is yes.
Councilman Rivera.
It's going to be a great year. It's the first time Councilman Jackson made me laugh in the whole year. My vote is yes.
Councilman Velez.
Some models and faction could work in other cities, but we Paterson. And sometimes copycats of the city will make this city look worse. So we have to be more original and keep on working what we have now. So I know sometimes people think on agendas because they have another agenda, but I think that me as a person that's boots on the ground and do things for the community, I consider myself full-time councilman. Probably Councilman Abdelaziz wants a half part-time councilman. So my vote is yes.
Thank you, Madam President.
Yes.
The vote is 9 in favor, none against. Item number 2 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Item number 3.
Yes, next item is item number 3, resolution designating official newspaper of the City of Paterson, City Council Resolution 21360.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Cotton. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam President.
For item number 3.
Roll call on item number 3 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton. Yes. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Rivera. Yes. Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Madam President.
Yes.
The vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. Item number 3 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Item number 4 for approval.
Yes, next item is item number 4, resolution designating newspapers to receive notice of council meetings under the Sunshine Law, City Council Resolution 2361.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Cotton. Roll call, Madam Clerk, for
Yes,
approval.
yes, Madam President. Let me just repeat this resolution. It's Resolution 21361. Say the error here. Okay. Roll call in item, I'm sorry, who moved again?
Moved by Councilman Velez and second by Councilwoman Cotton.
Cotton. Okay, thank you. Roll call in item number 4 for approval. Councilman Abdulaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton? Yes. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Rivera? Yes. Councilman Velez?
It's the first time I see tap into Paterson in this resolution. I hope Paterson Time will be here too, but hey, we don't have him. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. Item number 4 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Item number 7 for approval.
Number 7. Next item is item number 7. Item number 7 reads resolution reappointing Rommel F. Paterson as a constable of the city of Paterson, appointed by Councilman Jackson. City Council Resolution 21364.
Second.
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir.
Move the table, please. Motion to table.
Second. I'm sorry.
There was a motion on the floor. Let me see. There was a motion.
Yes, but
Second.
Councilman would like to table it, so, and I'm going to second that. So let us just,
Second.
Madam President, if I may,
Yes.
we could table, we can just remove our votes and take it off, and
Remove my motion.
if he wishes to just take it off, that's fine. We don't have to
okay, so
table.
let us remove number 7 for right now.
So, okay, there was a
Okay.
motion on the floor. We can just, who had the motion? Councilman Jackson is
I
withdrawing his motion, and he's,
Yeah, I withdraw.
Yeah, but I didn't call it.
oh, you didn't?
I did not call.
Okay. So we're taking off item number 7 until.
Yeah,
Very good. Okay?
Okay, okay.
sorry.
All right. Council members?
Let her read it. Move to table after her.
She doesn't have to.
Sure, okay.
Yes. Oh, no, you could table it without her, that's right.
No. She just
Number-
stated right now that we were able to, I did not call the first and the second.
Okay.
So she said we are able to remove it.
Okay, good.
Okay, so we're removing it. There's
For
no
the
more
next workshop.
discussion.
For the workshop.
No. We'll have a discussion. Councilman Jackson and I
Yes.
will discuss it, and then we'll
7.
save it
Follow
for
up.
the next workshop or.
Yes,
or-
thank you, Council President.
Okay, thank you very much. Council members,
Move to
in
close.
lieu, no.
Second.
Council members, we have one last item, and I don't, listen carefully to me, please.
Where is it?
I am, first and foremost, I'm not going to be the reason why the city can lose $7.6 million. Listen to what I'm saying first, please, everyone. I have the resolution here. I know that we approved for us to go to auction. I know all of that. I don't have all the details, okay? I'm with Councilman Khalid in terms of what's going there. I just found out. But the reality is that we approved the sale, there wasn't an auction, there was a sale. We didn't think we were gonna get that amount of money, okay? We're here. I'd like to proceed to not table it as we discussed earlier, and I want us to proceed with this item for a vote. Council members?
Madam-
Second.
Okay.
No. Madam Clerk has to read it into the record.
Yes, I have.
Thank you.
Yes. Next item is item number 10, and item number 10 reads, resolution authorizing the sale of 94-124 Madison Avenue, Block 2403, lots 3, 4, and 5, commonly known as Leader Die. Economic Development Resolution 21367.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by,
Moved by Councilman Abdulaziz, Councilman, oh, God. No, I'm gonna go to second. Move, because there was 2 moves. Moved by Councilman Abdulaziz, Councilman Mendez. Second by Councilwoman Mims, Councilman Velez, and Councilwoman Cotton. You didn't? Okay, I'm sorry. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on
Councilman
item number
Mims.
10.
Discussion, Madam Clerk?
second by Councilman.
I'm sorry,
Councilman
discussion.
Mims.
Discussion.
Discussion.
Mims
There's a
and-
second by Mims and Velez, Madam.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
Director Powell.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes, I have a question for Director Powell.
Okay.
I would like to know the entity they are buying this property. What is their plan? Or, and also how many companies or how many entities has bidded on this this property?
Director Powell?
So there were over 40 or 50 bidders on the site. The purchaser is a charter school and a charter school management company. And so I'm assuming that this is going to be a school because of the fact that that's what they do. And they've actually reached out to me previously, and they tried purchasing the former county administration building, but they didn't get it because somebody else outbid them. So they're very hungry for expansion, and they really like the site. So they but still have to go through the regular approval process. But as the sale goes, they're buying it as is. And I think it's a really good deal because, again, the fact is the appraisal, the appraisal came in at like 2.1, right? There's still about $800,000 worth of remediation to do. So they're taking it as is, and we got a really great deal. So the faster we can seal the deal, I think the better off we are for the city.
Thank you very much, Director.
Councilman-
Councilman Rivera?
Just briefly, like I stated previously, I was against, even entertaining to table it. This could affect future auctions that we have in the city. We've been asking in finance for them to, for the administration to do foreclosure proceedings, so we could do other auctions to put those properties back in the tax rolls. This one is not probably going back in the tax rolls, but at least it's going to address a need in the neighborhood, right? When it comes to the schooling, and at the same time, when campaigning around the area a while back, the neighbors around the area, they're complaining about the way the site, looks. It's been vacant forever. We're actually doing something about it now. Many administrations have gone through and not done anything about it. I hope we do the same with other properties. We just got to expedite the foreclosure proceeding. And I'm also concerned with the 10% that we got to pay the auctioneer.
No,
Not
actually-
us. No. But the vendor, the person who won the bid is responsible for 10%.
Correct.
We had discussions in the past regarding why the tax liens were never sold when they were put to auction for St. Joe's Hospital. And it's because the people didn't want to take a risk to bid on something that they were not able to foreclose because we had that issue with litigation with St. Joe's. But 10% is due to this company. If we don't proceed with this, we might be, on the hook for it.
Okay.
Might. I use the word might. I haven't looked into it.
Thank you.
But I use the word might.
Thank you, Councilman Rivera. And I truly, you and I have a lot of discussions, and you are the finance chair. And I said it in the beginning, my first thoughts were, I want to have more discussion. We've been here for 4 hours. But the reality is that I did think about, what this means in the future in terms of when we're doing, when we approve for us to, do auctions, right? And secondly, definitely, we are not in the business. We need money. We're in dire need, and 7.6 million. I'm not going to be between that.
Council
that's
President.
it.
Council President.
So with that said, if
Council
quickly,
President.
it's Councilman Velez, Abdelaziz, and it's Councilman Velez, Abdelaziz, and Cotton. But if you can please be brief with your
Correct. The hope of the council and the community was to sell the property,
Right.
see some hope in tax revenues down the road, whatever they're going to construct, whoever was going to get it. Yeah, that was our hope. Put it in the tax rolls, right? We know if this company dedicated itself for charter schools and school, whatever, it's not going to go to tax roll, he says. Now, what I would request is, and I know Councilman Mendez probably thinking that way, is not just bringing a charter school, it's giving also rights to the residents that live in the third ward, close to that school, the privilege to attend in that school. Because it's my knowledge, hold on, they could take everybody around the world, but at least if the charter school is gonna be next to my house, I want my kid to go to that school. Listen, I know probably you say you can, if it's a process of lottery or whatever, that's not the problem. They always say process of lottery, you know? Go visit those schools sometimes. They bus kids from other towns. I know we cannot segregate, I know we cannot discriminate or whatever, but at least the same way Wayne Tech does and divide that Wayne Tech in 60 municipalities, I think they should do something with Paterson too. You know, probably it's different, but we could do something at least to lobby for the residents that live around that school.
Council President?
But, okay, I don't need a rebuttal. I know you are an expert in charter schools and all that stuff.
Council
but
President?
it's my statement, the will of the residents around there that is seeing a school overcrowded, and now we're gonna put a school there, and they're gonna tell them you cannot go there because you live close to the school?
That's what's gonna happen.
Thank you, Council President.
Thank you very much, Councilman Abdulaziz. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Councilor. I know you're packing up, and I know you told me to be brief. I'm going to try to be brief, but it's pretty hard not to be passionate about when $7.6 million is at stake for the taxpayers.
We ain't taking it off, Councilman.
No.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Moving forward.
Roll call.
Council President, I've stayed quiet, I've listened to people, and I'm going to explain
Absolutely,
why
Councilman
this
Abdulaziz, proceed.
This item is so important, and I understand why my colleague from the 5th Ward is telling me roll call, because he doesn't speak facts. So we got to understand, when you're a charter school, right, they can't take people from a certain population, right? There's state guidelines and state laws, and sometimes some council members got to understand the legislative priorities and rules and regulations that are there. So charter schools, this will not just affect one part of the city, it'll affect the entire city. So a kid from the 4th Ward or the kid from the 6th Ward could go to that school. This is a home run for the city, right? The only entity that is obligated to give a child an education in the city is the Paterson Board of Education, and they didn't buy the property. But right now, unfortunately, I went through the same company in my ward, and the county sold it, right? And it was a private entity, and I don't know what's going there. The city, I think, hit a home run with this. We're getting almost 4 times the value. We say 7.6 million. It's not 7.6 million. This is 9.2 million, because we're getting 7.6 clean. Then they got to pay $800,000 commission, and then they got to pay $800,000 to clean the property. To clean. So it's, this person that signed it, his name's right here, Lance Helming. Just imagine someone came to your house and said, I want to pay you 5 times as much. I don't want to give this guy Lance any more opportunity to think about it, because if you ask any other real estate person, they're saying, wow, this went way above market value. And this needs to show to the administration and to the, and Councilman Rivera has always said this. We had, and I just want to bring this up to show the council, we had an item in front of us of a piece of property that's been vacant for 20 years, and we tried to sell it on a tax lien sale for $100,000. This is why it's good to take ownership and send it out to the market, because we can get 4 times more. And that helps out the residents in my ward that are highly taxed and not getting the services. I don't want to talk about recycling and garbage today, but that'll be another day. So this is important. Let's sign this contract. It is a win-win. We're getting a school. You always hear people, don't overdevelop. This is the largest piece of parcel that the city owns. And now, it's not a private developer that's taking it. There is not going to be no tax abatement. It's going to be a brand new school that is open to everyone, Councilwoman McKine, to everyone in the city, because charter schools cannot discriminate by the block or the ward you live in. Thank you, Council President.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Okay, thank you. I just want to say, as our Council President has said, that we did vote on having the sale of the property. If the charter school is coming in here, I'm not quite sure, but as our economic director said, that whatever comes there, it still has to come before some board. It got to come before somebody. whether it's the planning board, board of adjustment, or back here to the city council again. So somebody in the city is gonna see what they wanna put there. We can't, you know, you don't wanna hold something up and the man said, you know what, I can't give y'all $7 million, y'all taking too long. And I'm gonna find me another piece of property, another city somewhere. That's what he's gonna say. So whatever happens, they still gotta come before us no matter what. Planning board, board of adjustment, city council, they still gotta come before us. We need to pass this. With that being, oh, I'm not even voting yet. This is still roll call. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you very much,
Madam Clerk.
Councilman Jackson, and then roll call, Madam Clerk.
Right.
So, it's simply amazing. What if we didn't have a meeting today? Then they were going to say, oh, we're going to walk away from the deal? The same charter school that was here trying to buy a building in the 6th Ward quite some time ago? No. Why are they coming to Paterson? Because it's a freaking gold mine. Let's talk about the amount of money that the charter schools are making, yet let's talk about the performance rate of those schools. I would never send my kid over to a charter school over the current school they go to, which is a public school, which is outperforming every single charter school in this city. We don't even know anything about the entity. Have we done the due diligence on the track record? Or is it the charter school that's coming out of Harlem that has 100% graduation rate, 100% going to college rate? Or is it another school that's just coming in here to make money off of our community because they understand that they take 75% of the school's designated budget to fund these schools that's privately owned, privately ran, privately contracted? Listen, I mean, all money's not good money. Like, maybe this is possibly a good deal, but was there a study done in the neighborhood to show that this is what the neighborhood is best suited for? Or the residents are asking for?
I walk around.
It's the same people selling our city off. The same thing as we did on 5th Avenue. Whatever, man. Let me just let this rest. One of the things I really can't stand is when people pass around false information and say, oh, well, we might do this. This might happen. State the law. State the authority that gives you, that brings you to that conclusion. Stop giving off fake ass information for scare tactics. Oh, if we don't do this, we're gonna lose. That school ain't walking away from this deal. They're not walking away because they know Paterson is a cash cow. Talk about the amount of money that these charter schools are making off our kids and yet failing to educate them.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, roll call, please, on item number 10.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call on item number 10 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. As I stated, this is a big boon, a big win for the taxpayers of the city of Paterson. What I don't want to see to the BA with this extra $7.6 million, that we waste it on wasteful spending, right? This is probably we could look at in our budget. I would hope that we could figure out a way, some tax relief, take some of the money, invest in our recreational programs and increase recreation, because this is only a one-time revenue income. So, Director, I remember we wanted to put this up, and I was screaming at you saying, don't tell people the assessed value because they may not go higher. They went up 3 times more. To Councilman Mendez, you said your area, this is like the perfect gift for you as a councilman. You were asking for a school, which is out of our jurisdiction, and the winning bidder is a school, and you know the needs of your ward. So,
that is great. That is good.
in my ward, I don't know who bought it from the county. They sold it, and then we have to go through the process as to what's going to go there. So to the residents of 3rd Ward, this is a big win, and hopefully some tax relief to our residents. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cotton.
You know what? We have quite a few charter schools in our city, and I know for a fact some of them our children are not failing. I know for a fact. I know for a fact that there's a long list, a waiting list for people to that are want to put their kids in charter school. You know, it's whether you believe in charter school or whether you believe in public school. You know, I always went to public school, so. Whatever happens, they got to come before us. But I know there's some charter schools in this city that have a waiting list that's unbelievable for people to get in. They're trying to get their children in some of them schools. So with that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Kalik?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Well, we have an empty lot been sitting there for years. And it's basically empty lot sitting there
20
for
years.
years. More than 20 years, right?
20 years.
At least we could use it for something. And also, meantime, we're getting $7.6 million out of it. Definitely, we need to move forward with that property. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And to Madam BA, I know, and you know that I disagree in a lot of things with this administration, but I definitely want the best for Paterson. And when the job is done the right way, I'm in full support. And that's the reason why I've been so excited since I hear about the deal. I've been advocating for a school on this section of Riverside, on that specific lot, through the Board of Education, meeting with the superintendent, meeting with Madam BA, and finally we got a person that is paying $7.6 million. And I said this from the beginning, that area, it's gold right there. There's no other piece of real estate in Paterson with that side that we could build a school. And we have the Riverside section, we got Little Dice, we have a charter school that is coming. I'm excited. And Director, I'm gonna be involved every step of the way.
Yep.
That's my neighborhood, I live there. And when Mayor Torre was in office, he bonded some $2 million to demolish the old building. And I was hoping that something like that will come to that area. So I'm excited to see a charter school in the future. And that's definitely going to impact all the Riverside section in the positive way. So to all my third ward residents on that section, in the entire third ward and in the city of Paterson, that's gonna be a home run for us, for our children. What has been going on with Riverside section is very difficult with the capacity of a school 18. Now having this charter school, that's definitely gonna help us a lot. And I'm looking forward to support this item and to be involved in the project. So with that being said, my vote is yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Mims?
So as a resident of the third ward, I have seen this vacant lot there for a long time. There's been much talk over the years of what was going to happen. We need to make it happen. And I'm really grateful to see that it has happened. It was a 3-day process for this auction. I was fully engaged in identifying who were the bidders, what the money looked like. But to have a property appraised at $2.1 million and for the city to get 7.6. First, Max Span, I have to say, I've seen them in action in these chambers and when they're at other events, and how they get that money in is just a miracle because they call the numbers so fast, and I don't know how people are able to keep up, and I don't know if they get to 7.6 by default or because Max Span is so good. So I give kudos to Max Span for the great work that they have done over that 3-day period for this particular property. And also to know that a charter school is going there, School 18 is in the area. There's a lot of children that live in that area that definitely need a quality education and a matter of choice. I'm a mom, so I believe in matter of choice. And I agree with Councilwoman Cotton. There are some great charter schools. And one thing people don't understand about charter schools, if something is not right, you only have 3 years to get it right, or they shut the doors. So that's something also to put on record. Kudos to this cell, 7.6. Let's do the right thing with it because we got to make it go a long way because it's not ratables after that. So we got to make sure that we do our due diligence with that $7.6 million. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Rivera?
So I'm not going to repeat what a lot of my colleagues say, but even entertaining the use of it, yes, it's good to have a discussion, but listen, we didn't put any restrictions on the auction. So some council members are going to say anything regardless what's going up there. If you're building a building, they're going to complain about parking. If you're building a laundromat, they're probably going to say that they don't wash their clothes correctly. So it doesn't matter, and I don't mean in disrespect to my colleagues, but always something had to be said about something, right? Charter schools, I was a commissioner in the Board of Ed. A lot of times commissioners and even management and the Board of Ed are not in favor of charter school because of what happens to the district's budget. But as an elected official, my responsibility is also to hear what my constituents need. And they often, I would say 90% of the calls that I've gotten, aside from, oh, can you help me get my kid into tech? 90% of the calls that I get is, oh, I want to get my son in a charter school. So I explained to them that there is a process that myself, I was a treasurer in a charter school, and I had to put my son in a lottery. Freeholder Best or Commissioner Best had to put his nephew in the lottery in the same charter school. And they would pick like high, like 76 out of 100. But after I explained that to them, I said, listen, think of any other school in the district that you probably want your kid to go to if you don't get the lottery. But all I'm saying is, listen, let's stop complaining so much. This place has been vacant forever. I've been talking about, and I've been working with administration to try to get this done, I'm talking about foreclosing on other properties that haven't paid taxes in a long time, hopefully putting those properties back in the tax rolls, but even with the sale of those properties, improve the quality of life in the area, and hopefully provide some tax relief to the taxpayers. So let's stop complaining and let's do things a little differently. The Armory is getting done. Now this property, hopefully they do something with it. We have Piercy Street is another property that we need to foreclose on and see if we could sell. And there's a lot more, Mr. CFO. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
We are here for resolution, Councilman De Lucia.
What's that?
Resolution authorizing the sale of 94 Madison Avenue. I don't see in the contract, I know everybody has spoke about charter. I don't see in the contract that they going to build a charter school. So hopefully, if they are planning to build up a charter school, I could give them an idea to bring revenues, do a commercial educational complex. So, Mayor, if they could sit in the table to see what we want there, a commercial educational complex. They're not going to get the taxes because of charter school, but at least we get some revenues through the commercial side. See, that is bringing a little bit of tax relief because to the residents of Paterson. But Councilman Flavio stated that the Armory is getting done. Let's keep the record clear. It's getting done with private developer money, not the city money. Matter of fact, the city got $3 million with it. It's a shame taking praise of something that they haven't done. So, saying that, $7-point-something million is good. Hopefully the administration don't waste this money in things that they don't need to waste it and invest it in the city as it is. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much. And to my colleagues and to Paterson and to any media, social media, newspaper media, all media, to the mayor and to the administration, in any way, shape, or form, I was removing an item because I did not want to see it go further. I wanted to make sure, I wanted to read more on it, okay? But the reality, once speaking to some of my colleagues and myself as well, I said, we did approve this. This was something that we as a council put forth. We voted on it for you to be able to have this auction. It happened. We're here. And I'm happy to be able to support, the signing of this sale. With that said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. The vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. Item number 10 is hereby adopted.
Move to close.
Second.
Move to close by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Cotton and Councilman Mendez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the reorg meeting of July 1st, 2021.
Yes, Madam
We
President.
got 5? Yeah.
Yes, we
Roll
do.
call to close the reorg meeting of July 1st, 2021. Councilwoman Khan.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm just going to be real quick. Once again, I want to say congratulations to Councilwoman Davila on your presidency and to Vice President Shahid Khalik. He had to leave early, but I just want to have 2 announcements that I need to put out there, and I know I'll be saying it again. We want to do a project with Hearts and Hannah. The Paterson Kiers are involved with this. We want to turn Barber Park into a miniature golf course. I think that I tell people all the time, no matter when I go on vacation, no matter what I do with my kids, we always play miniature golf, no matter what. Everybody plays, so I want to turn Barber Park into a miniature golf for the families, mother, fathers, aunts, uncles to play. Normally when you play miniature golf, you play in foursomes or how many's in the group. So Kelly Morse of Hearts and Hannah is kind of putting that together. She has put some stuff on Facebook, and you know, we are looking for donations to help this be a reality for a lot of kids in the city of Paterson who may not have never done miniature golf. I know I'd love to do it, so if you're interested in helping me out, please contact me, inbox me, reach out to Kelly Morse of Hearts and Hannah. She'll be willing to, we'll be willing to do whatever we want. I want to try to have our children experience some of the things that they may not have done before, and have them to do that. Also later in August, I'm having a golf outing. We started a foundation for my husband, Ed Cotton Foundation, and I just want to have money be able to help people, help young men and women who want to take the police test, who want to take the fire test, because everything that they do, you have to have money. You have to have money. I want to train them. My husband was a referee for boxing. He also was a referee for baseball, football, baseball. And you know, right now, I have a couple of friends that are still doing games, basketball games, football games, baseball games, and they make on the average from $500 to $700 a weekend, refereeing games, doing different games. They do 4 or 5 games a day. So those are some of the things that we're starting my foundation for Ed Cotton, that we can show our young people there's ways that you can make money without going in the streets and without doing things. Let me help you get trained. There's so many different things that you can get trained in, or I can show you the way to a different life. My husband always went to Jamaica,
Councilwoman?
all the time, to train those people to be referees and umpires in the ring. So with that being said, that's what my foundation for my husband's going to be,
I'm
because I
looking
know what
forward
he
to
loves to
supporting
do.
that. Mhm.
Madam Clerk,
Yes, ma'am.
and he just had a birthday, June 29th. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I think that, today, well, first of all, let me just start my 2 minutes on the closing of this meeting to congratulate you, my Councilwoman Marissa Davila, as our new president of this governing body, also Councilman Shahin Khalid as our new VP. Today, the community came into this chamber and they spoke loud and clear about what's going on in the city, about police brutality. I make a formal request to Madam BA. Madam BA, this is definitely in the hands of the administration, but this is a formal request that I'm asking you today, on this July 1st, 2021, and it's to remove the Internal Affairs Department out of 111 Broadway. It's possible, and please, let's make it happen. We have a lot of good police officers in the city of Paterson, a lot of good police officers that are going out every day to risk their life to protect the city. But we have some bad, and we got to make sure that when they break the law, we have to hold them accountable. But now, the reality is, Madam BA, that the residents are afraid to go to 111 Broadway and put a complaint against a police officer that there's something wrong in the street. We could stop that right there, and this is going to be a great step on the right direction by moving internal affairs out of 111 Broadway to the library or to the 4th floor of City Hall. The administration could choose. My request is to move into the library, to give the resident of the city of Paterson an open path and feel free to go and put a complaint against any police officer that break the law with that person. And I will look forward to hear from you and the administration about that. And it was very sad that the mayor left this chamber early with so many people in this chamber. The Black Lives Matter, the entire, it was a great, the testimony that they all gave us, but also the resident of the city of Paterson that spoke about the lack of services, the drug addict situation, the homeless situation, the garbage in our community. Those are the situations that are really affecting our life in the city of Paterson. How good is to have a park when you're afraid to go to the park with your children because you feel, you might get shot. Those are the kind of conversation that we need to have, and the community is afraid. And the mayor need to hear that. And it's sad that he just walked away out of this room. But I'm gonna stay optimistic. When I have to disagree with the administration, I do, and I fight back. And when I have to support some measurement, like Lead or Die, being sold for $7.6 million, I'm right there supporting that because I know that we need a school on the Riverside section. I went around the community, I have a conversation with a lot of members of the community, and they all in support of a new school. We couldn't do it through the Board of Education, but now we're doing through a charter school. So it's time for us to move the city forward and work together. With that being said, Paterson, God bless you all. Have a great night. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Mims?
Yes, so even before I get started, let me just put it on the record. Internal Affairs is upstairs on the 4th floor. It's been here for years. So it's been moved out. I think it was done under Mayor Joey Torres's administration.
Back there.
Yeah, it's on the 4th floor. It's upstairs. There was a concern, and that's when they moved it some years ago. So it is located here in City Hall on the 4th floor. Also, I want to congratulate Council President Davila and Councilman Khalik on your appointments on tonight. This is what God's plans are. And you know, as people of God, we know and understand that when it's meant for you to be somewhere, you will be there. And so I congratulate you. I look forward to working with you this year. The city has to continue to move forward, and we have to hold that administration accountable because that is totally what's needed in the city. To our community at large, let's keep praying. Let's keep uniting. Really sad even to see an article that came out regarding the shooting on today. One of the victims was 75 years old. It's really a sad day. I've been saying this for a long time, that when it's done, and I said it earlier, to the elderly and all these people, and now to see the article out showing that the person was 75-year-old woman, this is really a sad day in Paterson. Paterson, I yell, I scream, please put the guns down. We got to put the guns down. Let's keep moving our city forward. I pray that we continue to do great things in our city. Let's pray for our youth as the summer is here and some of them are going to summer school and summer programs. Let's pray for them that they have a great summer and that they're safe through all the productivity and all of the recreation that they'll do this summer. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
Let me clear the record here a little bit. The Internal Affairs office and operation is at 111 Broadway. What they doing is when no one want to go there, they come to the 4th floor and they use a little space there, but the transportation office is in that office up there. It's not Internal Affairs. It's when a case is critical and they don't want to go to 111, they arrange that little office up there to interview or whatever. But it's correct that Councilman Mendez is requesting. I think that office should be in a disclosed place, you know, a place that they feel comfortable to come. And I think the House of the People is a place to be. Madam BA, Administration, Paterson Police, Fire Department, if the sheriff officers or department is watching, please put extra attention around the seniors' buildings around the city. Why? This weekend is going to be a critical weekend for the 4th of July. And we all know how fireworks are. And those seniors, listen, if I jump from my bed when I hear one, I imagine those seniors, how they get. And some of them are retired veterans, some of them has a trauma, some of them has going through difficult moments, especially this year with COVID-19. So if patrol, if the police could put extra attention in those areas to make sure that if they're doing fireworks, to stop it and eliminate it. I know they have a nice, beautiful operation going on, but I just want to have that extra attention at the senior site. I'm not saying only to the 5th Ward, I'm saying to all the seniors buildings that we have. Thank you for the jumpman that's still here. We will continue pushing, supporting Black Lives Matters and the agenda to bring justice the brown and black community. Count with us. And last but not least, Council President, I'm proud that, despite what everybody says, I know that we are going to move the city forward. We are professionals, and we are to conduct the same way, like always we do. You know, and we're going to move the city forward. To Corporate Council, Mr. Stampone. That's right.
Mayor.
Nice to see you. And once again, good night, Paterson. Let's stay safe at home. Make sure that you do the right thing. Madam Clerk, I know that I said I was not going to come into the meeting at 5:30. It was because I'm coming in late. So I didn't want to, you know, all right? So, damas y caballeros, buenas noches. Dios me lo bendiga a todos. Feliz 4 de julio. Celebren la independencia y que viva el amor en todos los hogares. Dios me lo bendiga a todos. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you so much. And to my colleagues, you know, I take no offense today that we only have 5 left when we're closing. And the reason for that, this meeting was a scheduled meeting for 12, where all of us have had quite a few functions, weddings and so forth, graduation parties that were set already in place. So with that said, I'm not going to repeat all that has been said. I appreciate the council as a whole. I am looking forward to working with each and every one of you, and I appreciate the vote of confidence. With that said, to Madam Clerk, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Once again, Phyllis, God used you today. God used you today. He uses you every day, but today specifically. To Madam BA, Mr. CFO, nice seeing you, Mayor, our Assistant Corporation Counsel, to the City of Paterson. My vote is yes to close. Thank you. Happy 4th of July.
Yeah, thank you. The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. The reorg meeting of July 1st, 2021 is hereby closed. Good night, everyone.
Thank you. Good
very
night.
much.
Councilman Kalik, we're going to go right here in the middle and take a quick picture, please.